Hello and welcome back to the bottom. My name is Beast and I will be back with Daitoshokan no Hitsujikai. I'm gonna go take a sip real quick. I do believe this weekend we will finally finish Kodachi-Route. And the thing is, we're currently not actually in the Kodachi-Route. I just called it Kodachi-Route because, honest to God, this is mainly Kodachi. Like, there are actually the true endings, like, that all come from this, like, branch out from here. The thing is, the true endings themselves would be so fucking short, turns out. So, yeah. Anyways, let's get going, I guess. I don't know what to say right now. Also, I may actually stop with the background roulette, because it turns out, hey, maybe I shouldn't do that, because that could very easily spoil people big time. So, yeah, so I'm not doing that anymore, and away with depression, please. I said away with depression. There we go, that's better. Anyways, it's lunchtime and Shirazaki has quickly started to display her determination to us. She already spent the morning filling out the required paperwork for her candidacy.
Takamine-kunのため、明るい学園のため、立候補したいと思います。待っていても、誰かいい人が立候補してくれるとは限らないでしょ？だから、後悔しないためにも、自分がやりたいの。みんな、手伝ってくれないかな？
Shizaki's forceful plea puts a solemn expression on everyone's faces.
図書部の活動はどうするんですか？今受けてる依頼が終わったら、依頼の受付を一時休止にした方がいいと思う。
So our club activities will essentially become the running of an election campaign.
白崎先輩が当選したら、私たちも役員になるんですか？そうしてもらえたら嬉しいよ。でも、さすがに役員になれなんて強制できないから、みんなの判断に任せるよ。
Shirazaki's tone is entirely serious. Sakuraba will likely give her support Shirazaki no matter what happens. Misono might not be able to balance an election campaign with the music. Kanosuke might not be comfortable with committing herself to such an extent. I've already decided to stick with Shirazaki.
ま、俺どこまででも付き合うぜ。そんくらいしないと借りばっかりになっちまうからな。
Takamine had been silent, but he speaks his mind now.
借りなんかじゃないよ。高峰くんのいいように決めてもらえば、それでいいから。
ありがとよ。
昨日も言ったが、私は白崎を支える。
Well, I'll about to. First years stare at us.
二人はどうかな。ぜひ力を貸してほしいの。
Shirazaki calls out to them with an assured tone.
そう言われてしまうと。ねえ。
Misono and Kanosuke exchange a glance and give us a small nod. That should be their agreement to help. As the curse of Shirazaki, they've been conditioned so well that they feel like they can't refuse. It's a feeling I know all too well.
みんな、ありがとうね。
Shirazaki goes up to each of us in turn and shakes our hands wildly with tears welling up in her eyes. Doesn't get more library club than this.
筧くん、ありがとう。
No problem. Let's do our best.
私にできることは何でもするよ。
I can only smile wryly even as Shirazaki takes my hand in hers. You should shake hands with every single student like this. George W. Crane once said that handshakes will win votes.
ああ、ドブ板選挙では握手が基本だというからな。私も親戚が出馬した時には随分付き合わされたものだ。
That's no surprise for the daughter of a feudal lord. Descendants of several of the feudal lords of the Edo era are still governing their districts today.
ま、何にしても相当厳しい選挙になるだろうな。うちの生徒会長は前任の副会長が繰り上がるパターンが多い。そうなんですか？
Kanosuke and Misono both tilt their heads puzzledly.
ああ、1年生は知らないかもしれないな。
Sakuraba goes into a quick summary. Our student council election will only decide who becomes the student council president. The newly elected president then forms the rest of the student council based on his or her nominations. That makes for a tight relationship between the student council president and the selected members. In most cases, the vice president will run in the next election, and the president will perform a speech in support of their campaign. More often than not, the vice president will be voted in as the next president.
仕組みが不健全です。あくまで慣例であって規則があるわけではない。不満があれば誰でも立候補できるし、実際に世襲にならなかった例もある。じゃあ白崎さんにも勝つチャンスが？それはまた別の話だ。今の生徒会長は評判がいい。滝川がよっぽどのボロを出さない限りは難しいだろうな。
Mochizuki will need to throw her weight behind Shidazaki, or else Shidazaki will need to garner a massive amount of support from the voters. Everyone looks at Shidazaki. She looks utterly serious. For a second, until it turns into a pitiful smile.
どうしよう。やはり無策か。
Alright then, Student Council President election takes place in early October. How do we make Shizaki famous in that short span of a time? We could continue our library club activities as usual. Would that be enough? As Shiomi Festival in the latter part of September, so we might get lots of requests. Shiomi Festival.
私も同じことを考えていた。
そこしかないかね。
Us second years raise our heads at the same time.
潮見祭って学園祭ですか？
ああ、むちゃくちゃな規模の学園祭だよ。
The Shiomi Festival takes place over the course of 2 days. All 50,000 of the students are welcome, as well as tens of thousands more guests from around the academy. Shopping District holds special campaigns in time with the event as well. The entire town essentially becomes part of the festivities. The lasting impression I got from last year was the masses of people jam-packed into a single area.
去年学園見学を兼ねて遊びに来たんですけど、すごい人でしたね。芸能人のライブなんかもありましたし。経済研究会や弁論部などは国会議員や財界人の講演会を主催したりもするな。舞台としてはいいですね。でもどうやって目立つんですか？
Isono makes a calm observation while playing with Giza.
そこが問題だ。いいネタが思いつかない以上、選挙ではまず勝ち目がない。
Hold on. Very itchy. Sakuraba folds her arms as the gears in her head start grinding.
放課後、また話し合いませんか？今すぐにっていうのはちょっと。
Kanosuke puts forth her conservative proposal. None of us raise an objection. After classes, the first meeting of the Shirozaki presidential campaign committee converges, with all of us sitting at a table with crossed arms. The main topic is, of course, how to emerge victorious in the elections. We need to make ourselves stand out during Shiomi Festival, but we haven't thought of anything beyond that. First of all, we should aim for the #1 spot in the exhibit. I don't know why I can't say that right now. In the exhibit popularity poll. Claiming the top spot would easily grab the headlines in the Academy's web news.
しかし、去年の1位を覚えているか？
歌手のライブだったっけ？
世界一周屋台村じゃなかった？
I spent all of last year's Shiomi Festival participating in a self-sponsored reading festival at my apartment actually. So I have no clue myself.
覚えていないだろう。私もあやふやだ。1位になるだけじゃインパクトが足らないってことですね。
Or a shepherd got first place. You never know.
その通り。それだけで選挙に勝てるほどのインパクトはない。かといって、潮見祭が終わってから選挙の下地を作り始めても間に合わないだろう。生徒会の人は1年かけて名前を売ってるわけですからね。
The Shiomi Festival takes place on the 25th and 26th of September over the weekend. The public announcement of the election comes the Monday after. Thursday, October 7th, will be when the candidates deliver their speeches. Followed closely by election day on the 8th. Not only are the Shiomi Festival and the election close together, the election period itself lasts a mere 12 days. We won't have enough time to set our campaign in motion. Perhaps I can draw inspiration from all the books I've read. Stand up, I'll keep my arms folded.
どうしたの？
I'm going outside to get some fresh air.
よくそれでアイデアがひらめいたりするよね。
なるほど。期待しているぞ、筧。
筧先輩ならきっとすごいアイデア思いつきますね。
Don't raise the bar on me. Another view. The girls immediately glance at each other once they confirm that Kake has left the room.
ところで、昨日のメールのことだが。
はい、決定的瞬間でした。
At a little past 11 p.m., Sakuraba sent the rest of the girls an email with a single image attached. The image was of Kake and Kodachi happily conversing with each other. It was when the two had finished their investigation in the student council and met back up at the shopping district.
コンビニに行った時に偶然見かけてしまった。
夏休み前から小立さんはやばいって話してましたけど、もうこれは。昨日筧くんと話した時はデートじゃないって言ってたけど。
さて、どうだか。
Silence enveloped the club room. Why are y'all hiding down there? You know what that noise means. They've been seeing Kake every day at the club, and all of them know what they have that they have a thing for him. They all thought he would pick one of them. Yet a complete outsider may well have seduced him away. That would hurt any girl's pride. This picture. I mean, this smug face on Kodachi's face is still nothing compared to this one. I don't like this painting, Charlie. Its smug aura mocks me. I can't do Danny DeVito. I don't have a Danny DeVito voice. I should actually probably be glad that I don't have a Danny DeVito voice.
例の依頼、受けてみるか。
そうだね。筧くんの好み調べてみようよ。調べてどうするんですか？こっちでメロメロにさせちゃうとか？だいたいこれだけ女が揃ってるのに外に行くっていうのはどういうこと？
Suzuki balls her hand into a fist as she grumbles. It's an act to get everyone else fired up, of course.
よし、決まりだ。
Girls come to an easy agreement.
図書部女性班としてこの依頼を受けます。依頼者の学園生活をより楽しくするため頑張っていこうね。
Excuses. The oddly enthusiastic cries of agreement echo throughout the room. Essentially, they're all going to be upping their game to get Kake under the guise of a request. In the first place, it was all his fault for being so suggestive around all of them, around them all the time. Or at least that's the excuse they've all prepared.
お前らさ、俺がいないところで話せよな。
The entirely left out Takemine interjects.
ああ、いたのか。
いますよ、そりゃ部員ですから。
Takemine sticks his hand in his pocket and crosses one leg over the other.
しょうがねえな。俺も筧狙いで行くか。おいデブ、お前もどうだ？ロボチ。
Kursov. Giza route when? Just kidding, of course. I don't want the fat cat. Giza grins knowingly. Or looks like it at least.
やる気じゃねえか。こりゃ熱い争奪戦になりそうだ。
ギザ様を巻き込まないでください。それにこっちは真面目なんですから。
Misono huffs in a says in a huff. Huffs in a huff, yes.
へえ。
Misono's reaction catches everyone's attention.
違います。依頼の話です。
そうだな。私たちは家計を狙っているわけではない。あくまで依頼だ。
そうそう。依頼で仕方なくね。
へいへい。
The more they talk, the deeper they dig themselves into the hole, but Takamine decides to just wait and see what happens. In the end, it'll just be another enjoyable chapter of life. Kake chooses that moment to return. The girls hastily reposition themselves in their seats. Someone come up with a good idea.
いや、話し合っていたんだが、なかなか。
Kake detects the scent of a lie at the tip of his nose. But he decides it'll be too troublesome to bring it up. Someone called, apparently. I did come up with something myself, actually. Kake takes a seat. The idea goes like this. In summary, the strategy would be to turn the election into an extension of the Fushimi Festival. First of all, Shibazaki would announce her candidacy as soon as possible. The main point of issue would be boiled down to a simple talking point like, do you want to be a student of a savage academy which expels lots of students? And this tagline would be spread throughout the media, who loves to run such antagonistic and sensational stories. Painting it as the old guard versus the new order would be just fine. The main point would be to drive into people's minds that the result of the popularity poll at the election will be one and the same. The Student Council has already prepared an event for the main stage this year. It'll definitely be a blockbuster event that would dominate the top spots of the popularity poll. If the Library Club can come up with an event that can wrest the number one spot from their hands, then people will definitely sit up and take notice. We could then ride the mood forward into the election proper. We should also get advice from Urashino and Savon on how to sway the public. We won't be able to build the antagonism narrative we want unless we make use of the web news as well.
なるほど。
Well, not as
塩見
well.
祭を事実上の選挙にしてしまうわけか。しかし、人気投票で負ければ選挙は絶望的だな。
人気投票で負けたらどっちにしろ選挙は負けですよ。
We won't win this election for sure if we don't hit a home run, yeah? We might not win if we hit a home run. But we can try to make it look like we'll win. We will as much as possible. At least it gives us a chance. Everyone needs to know that this plan isn't foolproof from the very start.
乗るかそるかってとこだな。
他のプランがあれば別ですが。
それは考えても出なかった。
じゃあ、やってみるしかないです。
Misono speaks flippantly.
あのな、他人事じゃないんだぞ。いや、それはミソノも分かってるな。
Sakuraba takes a deep breath to calm herself. It took most of the summer break, but she's finally gotten a grasp on Misono's quirks.
で、どうすんの？家計の意見は悪くないと思うけど。
Everyone turns to Takamine.
なんだよ。
高峰先輩が話を進めた。
いや、俺だって多少はやりますよ。今回はほら、俺が原因でもあるしさ。
ありがとう、高峰くん。
Oh, he's fucking made her cry. Jesus. Shizaki dabs at her eyes with a handkerchief.
そこまでされると、日頃の俺って何なのって思うぜ、多少。
Not very good things.
心配するな。高峰の真面目なところはみんな知ってる。
姫。
Takamine's eyes start to glow.
なんて言うと思ったかバカめ。
きつすぎる。
Takamine clutches at his chest.
では、家計の意見に異論はないということでいいな。
The room stays silent.
これは私の個人的な印象だが、今まで家計の意見を入れて失敗したことはなかったと思う。自信を持って頑張ろう。
Sakuraba declares her assertion as everyone to give everyone courage.
具体的な企画は頭を絞って考えよう。 これで選挙の結果が決まると言っても過言ではない。ちなみに来週水曜には企画書を提出しなくてはならないから、あまり余裕はないぞ。
Sakuraba summarizes everything nicely as usual. Right after, Sakuraba starts working the phone to reserve a venue for us for the Shiomi Festival. Without much success. Student Council has already allotted the bigger venues for other events. The remainder will have all been reserved up to half a year in advance. The only venues left are single-room classrooms. Even those are allotted by the Student Council, who has full reign over which clubs get which classrooms. For example, they may put a scholarly exhibition on one end, a haunted house on the other end, and a cafe in between. They may well screw us by purposefully placing us in some obscure spot if we bother applying for a classroom.
どうやら私の出番のようですね。
Aprio. Kanosuke stands up with a flourish.
ミナフェス再びだね。その通りです。弥生シスターズの名にかけて会場をぶんどってきますよ。うん、頑張って。
The Yayoi sisters, huh? I haven't heard that in a while. That was one of Shidozaki's random jokes, if I recall correctly.
頼んだぞ鈴木。
ラジャーです。私も付き合うよ。
Two first years give me a fist pump before leaving the club room. Why did I do that?
ねえ、筧くん。弥生シスターズってなんだろうね。
She forgot. Shizaki stares at me with the purest of eyes. I should have desperately looked at Sakuraba for help.
リザ、お前は何のために生きているんだ？
So much for that.
でも、あの二人仲良くなってよかったね。
Shizaki stares at the door that the first years just exited through. Yeah, having someone else around in your grade is reassuring somehow.
筧くんはやっぱり年下が好き？
Where'd that come from? She practically pulled that one from thin air.
うんうん。聞いてみただけ。
How does that even work?
まあいいじゃないか。同級生と下級生ならどっちだ？
How about older? How would my preferences even matter?
よくない。ぜひ知りたいんだ。
Sakuraba looks me right in the eyes. She's serious about this. Your stare isn't helping.
あ、すまない。
Sakuraba opens her fan to hide half her face. I think I've heard this exchange before.
なんだ、知りたいというのは知的興味というか一般論というか。
I think I've heard this exchange before, though, with Misono in my place. And please repeat.
なんだ、知りたいというのは知的興味というか一般論というか。
How's my opinion in any way common?
それで筧くんはどっち？
I'd rather not rock the boat, apparently. If I choose either one, I'd rock the boat. I haven't even given us any thought to the question in the first place. I'll just have to dodge the question elegantly. When I'm interested in a girl, I don't care how old she is. It's a pretty cringeworthy line, honestly.
筧、自分で言って恥ずかしくなるな。
ちゃんと答えてよ。
This isn't about the prank request from yesterday, right? The one wanting to know about the type of girl I like.
あの依頼は断ることにしたでしょ？
単に興味があったから聞いただけだ。気にするな。
Huh. They clearly accepted it. It's written all over their faces. First years returned to the club room after an hour or so.
ただいま。
Kasuke's gloomy face tells us all we need to know.
どうだった？
Shizaki musters her best smile.
ダメでした。休憩所として一般開放することになっているみたいです。
Whoops.
学校との契約も絡んでるみたいで、どうにもならないってことでした。すみません。
謝ることじゃない。聞いてきてもらえて助かった。
First years dejectedly take their seats. Shizaki already has a cup of cool barley tea ready for them. Green Barley Road.
ところで、筧さん
Kanosuke has slumped onto the table, but she raises her head just high enough to look at me. Yeah?
同級生と下級生、どっちが好きですか？あれ？静かになっちゃった。
Kanosuke picks herself up off the table and looks around. Your Yayoi big sister already asked the same question. Shizaki and Sakuraba can't do anything but smile.
おお！猛烈。
意外と昭和だな。
Yeah. Somehow I'm getting the feeling that things are going to get more troublesome than ever. Help. Next day. September the 3rd. I don't think if that's actually the next one or, you know, a few days later. Because I don't remember what yesterday was. I check my phone in the morning and find a new email. It's from Misono. Hey, do you like younger girls or girls your age? Not again! I'm sorry for delaying you in my weird musings at the corridor yesterday. I hope you made it to the bathroom in time. Things feel a lot better now that Shidazaki has decided to run in the election. We'll have more annoying work to deal with, but Shidazaki is truly at her best when she's charging forward head-on. Let's give it our all for the Shiomi Festival. By the way, I'm always nervous about the emails I send you. You're such an avid reader that I feel I have to write well to meet your expectations. I apologize if I wrote anything, if anything I wrote seemed weird. Misono. Seems like the little conversation we had at the library corridor is still on her mind. She really doesn't need to worry so much. On the other hand, the final few sentences of her email really pull at my heartstrings. She sent this email a little after 2 a.m. She may well have been agonizing over each word throughout the night. And considering all the emails she's already sent me, it feels like an honor. I should reply. I compose an email comprising of all my thoughts. That I just made it to the bathroom in time. That I'm also glad that Shidazaki decided to run for president. I find it that there's nothing strange about her emails, so relax and keep them coming. Off it goes. My phone sounds off a few minutes later. It's another email from Misono. Her responses to my emails are usually slow. Getting a reply a day later is a common occurrence. On the other hand, an immediate reply like now is well out of the ordinary. I'm glad to hear that you made it to the bathroom in time. Shizaki's straightforwardness is a true world heritage, isn't it? I'll keep going. I'll keep doing my best in my emails too. She missed the final U in her last sentence. Almost. Almost. Also, apparently the next choice is also, once again, don't rock the boat. Shizaki stretches her back side to side as she sits in her chair. Her behind sways like a serving of jelly in the process. Sakuraba sits with her arms and legs folded while tapping the tip of a ballpoint pen on her lips. Misono is sitting with her legs up on the chair as usual. Kanosuke slumped over on the table with only her head facing up.
見えた。いや、見えてないか。
It's been 2 hours already. The whiteboard is full of suggestions for Shiomi festival projects. There's no more space to write on, but none of the ideas jump out at you as a clear winner.
桜庭さん、その見えたっていうのは癖ですか？
意識はしていないが、そうかもしれない。不愉快だったか？
いえ、別にそんなんじゃないですけど、的中率低いですね。
なんだと？
The usual back and forth plays out in front of me. It's not funny enough to elicit a laugh, but it's pleasantly peaceful nonetheless. In the past, I would feel so irritated if I wasn't reading a book. Nowadays, I can feel at peace without needing to read anymore. It's proof that I've changed, and I don't want to go back. To be more accurate, it's proof that everyone has changed me. It's almost time to meet up with Kodachi and help with her work. We're supposed to lend our support to someone I know today. Excuse me, I'm heading out for a while.
どうしたの？
I have an appointment with Kodachi.
おお！
The reactions are varied and animated. You don't trust me, huh? I stare straight at Kanosuke. Our female contingent is so suspicious of my relationship with Kodachi that they've tried to tail her as far as they could before.
いやいやいや、してませんって。
Kanosuke and I have a habit of saying, "Oh no, no, no," whenever someone hits the bullseye, according to Shirazaki at least. With how much they suspect me, I may have to make things crystal clear. Not trying to sound self-important, but it's common to hear of love and relationships causing the death of clubs. I should dig out the dangerous seeds before they can sprout. Perhaps the best way would be a sudden plot twist where Takumi and I hook up. I give him a sideways glance.
分かってたよ。最後はこうなるってな。
Takamine smiles calmly before undoing the top 2 buttons of his shirt. No, 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 no! He totally stole my idea. Anyway, enough with the jokes. Sorry for stepping out when we haven't decided anything yet. I don't know when I'll be back, so feel free to end the session and leave without me.
まあ、用があるなら仕方ない。
Thanks, later. I grab my bag and leave the club room. I fire off a quick email to Kodachi. The reply comes instantly and tells me to wait at the front of the library. Soon enough, she emerges from the library. I only had to wait for 5 minutes.
お待たせ。
Wait. Yep, you were in the library today?
家にいたけど。図書館の奥に誰も入ってこない資料室があるのよ。そこにピューンとね。
She draws a parabola with her index finger. I assume she means her power to work through books. People say things like that in novels. People say things like that in novels. Reading! People who say things like that in novels always get spotted before the book ends.
別に見られてもいいし、放っておけば忘れてくれるから。じゃあ、時間がもったいないから行こっか。
She starts to walk. Where are we going?
すぐわかるって。
Few minutes of walking find us. At the entrance of the cafeteria. The only people I know around here are Kanosuke and Urishino. And the former's in the club room at the moment. Urishino, huh?
ピンポーン。今日の迷える子羊は、嬉野。読み方不明さんです。
What? Her first name's Sayumi.
あ、そうなんだ。
So, what are we supposed to do?
こっち来て。
She pulls on my sleeve. I follow her obediently to the side of the building.
ちょっと見てて。
She opens up her palm to me. A window pane-like object suddenly forms before my eyes. High tech. In the anime, I think I know what's gonna happen because in the anime, I think this is largely what happens in the anime, probably. There, she actually pulls out a book out of nowhere, opens it, and then the pain comes out. I'm at a loss for words. She just made a glowing screen appear in her hand. It's as if she just wiped the scenery off mid-air to create it. What is this?
嬉野の本の内容を図式化したものよ。
The screen shows a tree diagram, similar to a diagram of an animal's evolutionary path. Hold the fucking phone, it ends there. And there's 2 futures! Urishino just dies! Excuse me?! I mean, at least she seems to have avoided all the death path. She has not avoided this death path yet! She still has a likelihood to die! At least that is what I imagined that to be. Might be very problematic! A shining spot travels through the tree from left to right, picking the directions as forks as it goes. The further right the travels, the further the screen scrolls to the right.
光の点が現在地。
So that's like not even her dying of age or something. Like that's just it still keeps going at the end there. So that is just this one is even earlier. Same goes for this one and this one and these ones actually. Wow, Jesus fucking Christ! Why is this branch just like pure and utter hell for Ureshino? What the fuck? What the fuck? This has been Ureshino's life.
実際はもっと大きいけどね。
Okay, so they're around here. So let's see. Oh Jesus fuck Christ! What's with that spot? Anywhere else where she just dies? Oh yeah, there's some. There's one. She places 2 fingers on the screen and pinches them together as if to zoom out the screen of a smartphone. The screen expands to show the entire tree diagram, and makes it obvious that the portion I saw at first was just a tiny subset. If Ureshino's entire life is like the map of a country, then the first part I saw was more like a town map. Most likely the tree diagram is shaded gray. Most of the tree diagram is shaded in gray. The only bright parts are around the area that I first saw.
人の人生ってすごいわよね。こんだけ可能性があるんだから。
What's the difference between the dark and bright parts?
ああ、これね。
She releases a little sigh.
暗い部分は閲覧禁止エリアなの。仕事に関係ないからね。
So you don't know all that much about Ureshino's future.
Exactly.
Exactly! Even shepherds don't know everything, apparently.
今使えねえって思ったでしょ。
Well...
はっ、どうせ使えませんよ。だから家計や図書部のことでこれからどうしたらいいのとか聞かれてもわからないからよろしくね。
She expertly manipulates the screen to focus on the glowing portion.
もう少し進むと分岐があるでしょ。ここが今日のお仕事地点。
The glowing light will bump into a Y-shaped fork before long. He zooms in further at the Y fork, making tons of words suddenly appear. They're all illegible to me, but they do look similar to words on the bookmark that Savon gave to me.
子羊はもう少ししたら怪我するみたいね。その怪我が人生を大きく変えちゃうって。
In what way?
ざっくり言うと、子羊は将来人類の生活を一変させるようなソフトを作るらしいの。でもここで怪我をするといろいろあってソフトが作れないと。子羊もあんま幸せになれないみたいね。
So our job's to make sure Ureshino doesn't get injured. This job's 100 times more important than I thought. The existence of future gates or jobs hinges on how well we do. Hold on. How do you prevent it?
任せておいて。
She grins like a gambler with an ace up her sleeve.
いらっしゃいませ。2名様ですか？
Shaggy? What are you doing here? And since when were you a female?
ああ、友達と待ち合わせなんで。
そうでしたか。では、ごゆっくり。
The waitress heads off.
よし、サクサク行きましょう。
She goes deeper into the cafeteria while counting the tables she passes by.
入り口から17番目、窓から6番目と。
She stops at an empty table for 4. She then casually tops one of the chairs to the floor.
これでよし。
This is it.
これで。
She drags me back to the entrance of the cafeteria. I'll understand soon enough, apparently. We stake out a hiding spot from behind a decorative plant, despite the dubious stare of the waitress who greeted us earlier. Oh! Ureshino emerges from one of the staff rooms at the back. She totters around the cafeteria in an oddly enjoyable fashion, occasionally stopping to pick up litter or wipe a table. She must be doing her rounds.
あら？椅子が倒れています。誰でしょう、こんなことをしたのは。というか、 フロアの子はどうして気づかないんでしょう。ゆかちゃんは職務怠慢です。後でフラッシュバンの刑ですね。
Thing is, I only know what the fuck happens in this scene because I saw like a short video describing what the fuck happens in the scene. And, like, it's literally just the scene in the anime. Regina mutters to herself as she puts the chair back upright. That was the chair that Kodachi toppled over.
ゆかちゃんって子羊はこの後の折檻で新しい快感に目覚めるんだって。
That sounds like quite the life-changing experience. Oh, Urashino's going back. Urashino finished her round of the cafeteria. She's now tottering back to the same room she came from. She's in a pleasant mood as always, but she would have been embroiled in an accident right about now if we didn't intervene. It's going to be fine, right? I don't want to see her get hurt before my eyes. Do anything to prevent that from happening. I can't help but focus entirely on her. Suddenly a vision overtakes my sight. No way.
どうしたの？
Scene I just saw. I furiously tried to recollect it in my mind. Regina was there, lying in front of the door to the back room. She was holding her left hand and it was covered with red. Ah, yeah. Of the 5 fingers on her left hand, only 2 were left intact. The other 3 stubs were gushing blood like crazy. Jesus Christ! If this vision will become reality, then...
ちょっとどうしたのよ。
I saw Regina's future.
へえ、楽しそうにしてた？
She was lying on the ground bleeding. Kodachi's manner of speech is entirely casual. She doesn't suspect a thing. My vision was of an injured Urashino.
まさか。
I'm not kidding. That's really what I saw. I keep Urashino in view at all times while explaining to Kodachi. There's still some time before she reaches the door to the back room. This might not turn out okay. Can you check?
大丈夫、大丈夫。
No, seriously, please make sure. I joined my hands together pleadingly. I would give anything for peace of mind right now.
ったく。
Kodachi grumbles as she covertly swipes her hand across the air. Smartphone-sized screen zooms into the tree diagram. A tiny squeak emerges from her mouth.
席の数。間違えた。
You fucked up. Blood drains from her face. I can hear her teeth trembling. What the... Now what?! I'd look at Orishino again. She's 3 meters away from the back door. It had been closed the whole time, but for some reason it's open now. Most likely her hand will get caught in the door and... her fingers will be severed.
時間、止まって。
Time... stop? The world? That's right, I just need to stop time. Alright! Burst out from behind the plant. Urashino! I shout from the bottom of my abdomen as loud as I can. Urashino turns to face me. While she's taken aback and defenseless. I don't know how to get out. Help. Help. This was a mistake. Here's a headshot to your heart. I shaped my right hand like a gun and fired at Urashino's chest. Bang.
すごい。本当に時間を止めた。
Told you I could do it!
京さん。あんた、ほんまもんのタフガイやで。
Yo, my boy! Kodachi's so overcome by emotion. Kodachi's so overcome by emotion that she's starting to babble nonsense, which is entirely understandable, really. Look at what I just did. I pretty much committed societal suicide. Suddenly, a booming noise comes from the back room door as it closes. That sound was so imposing, was as imposing as I've ever heard. It even forced Regina to take 2 or 3 steps back unknowingly. Unfortunately, her hand is intact and functional. Thank goodness. The accident has been prevented somehow. There's nothing stopping Regina from attending her happy future now. Speaking of which, she's approaching me with a calm smile on her face. Run! She reaches into her skirt as she gets even closer. Run! And whips out a scarily realistic BB gun. Ow! Dang it!
筧くんったら、公衆の面前で突然変なことを言って。ほんと、困った人ですね。キュンとしちゃったじゃないですか。
Sorry. It collapsed onto the numerous amount of BBs. Warning, what you have just seen is a work of fiction. Do not aim BB guns at people who are not wearing fuck off safety goggles.
つまり、嫌な予感がした。
Who are not wearing safety goggles. Always make sure that everyone in the area is wearing safety goggles before firing your BB gun. I didn't read the line below that!
つまり、
Remember to follow the rules and use proper etiquette when playing with the BB guns. Also, why did you have chips?
はあ、つまり、嫌な予感がしたからあんなことをしたと。
Ah yes, you did it because. Basically, yes. We're now explaining to Regina what actually happened. Oh, I had to clean up all the scattered BBs first. Couldn't exactly reveal the whole Shepard story, so I framed it as a moment of madness after receiving a dubious warning. By the way, I'm sitting on my feet with knees on the floor, all for forgiveness. Remember how I saved you the Zaki at the start of April?
ああ、はい。路面電車の事故ですね。
It's a similar case. I had a vision of danger, just like back then.
なるほど。言われてみれば、もう少しドアに近づいていたら危なかったかもしれません。でも、関係筋の話だと、あの時は生徒会の力を借りてもみ消したんでしょ？
Busted. But at the very least, I definitely saw the future. Though I doubt she believes me. You sure have a lot of sources.
ええ、メディアとは仲良くしておかないと。
She's terrifying.
あ、背中に弾がめり込んでる。
Kodachi starts jabbing at my back from behind. Take them off.
あ、モデルガンは改造してませんよ。もちろん合法です。当たり前じゃないですか。
I haven't even said anything. Is this what Urashino considers a joke?
もう、今回のことは忘れておきます。
Please do.
防犯カメラの映像は確保してありますから、今後は私の機嫌を損ねないようにしてください。間違えてネットにアップしてしまうかもしれませんから。
If that happens, I can say goodbye to the remaining traces of my social life. Oh yeah, I can just become a shepherd in that case.
わかりましたか？
Yeah.
返事が聞こえませんよ。
Yes! Kodachi and I leave the cafeteria and walk for a short while. She usually stands confidently in front while walking, but she's in a funk 3 steps behind me this time. Figured it was... I was in for an earful once we left the cafeteria, but that wasn't happening. That hasn't happened.
Okay.
What's up?
怒ってる？
Nah, not anymore. I try to be tactful with my phrasing, but she still looks depressed.
ごめんね。私の確認不足で。でも、本当に助かったよ。家計がいなかったら失敗してた。
You know what? Hold on, I'm gonna look this scene up real quick. Hold on, be right back. It's even more painful in anime form because he did like a little twirl before shooting. Pain, suffering. I don't know why I'm doing that.
そしたらきっと私の試験はもう
Flunking may well mean that she can never become a shepherd. That's probably why she's in such a state right now. You're more experienced than me at this, you know? Just be more careful next time. I pat her on the head.
気をつける
Look at that blush. Look at that adorable piece of shit. That was a surprisingly reflective reply from her. That's good enough.
ありがと
A little bit of life returns to her face.
う先に帰って
What about you?
あと2件仕事があるから
He's going to do them now. It's almost 7 p.m. already. Can't you leave it for tomorrow?
今日の仕事は今日やらないとどこで減点入るかわからないしさ
There's more than a hint of pressure and impatience on her face. She might be trying to atone for her earlier failure. That worries me. It'll be tough for you to handle alone, right? Let me help.
何私がまた失敗すると思ってるの
She starts to get annoyed.
そこまで舐められたくはないわねこっちはずっとやってるんだから
Can't I just watch from afar? I want to know more about how shepherds work.
たくもう何なのよほんと邪魔しないでよね
She goes back to her usual firm way of speech. And that's for the best.
ほら行くわよ
She starts walking again. Where to next?
文系校舎将来の大作家の卵がスランプなんだって
Another view! They saw everything. Takamine is at a complete loss. The female brigade hasn't been able to settle down since Kake left. No progress has been made on the Shiyumi Festival project proposal, to no one's surprise.
見えたいやパッとしないな
Sakuraba scratches her head as she strikes down the idea in her mind.
こう目が覚めるようなやつが欲しいですねギザ様何か案をん何
Giza's no help either. He only looks away while Mizuno pierces him with her icy stare. Meanwhile, Takamine starts fiddling with his phone. It's a given that once someone gets out their phone, the meeting's all but over.
なんかねえかな
Takamine opens his web browser homepage on his phone and looks through the web news. His finger constantly scrolls the screen downwards, then stops.
これは来たぜ目がキンキンに覚めるやつが
何
Oh no. The female brigade huddles around Takamine's phone. Twilight Love Confession! Applause for the courageous male student rang out in droves, but he remained shyly silent throughout. As the sun set earlier today, Cafeteria No. 1 Aprio played host to a sudden public confession of love. The well-known male student stood up out of the blue and blurted his confession to a waitress who was famous in the academy. The waitress replied by attacking the male student, perhaps out of embarrassment. Still, the male deserves praise for his courageous act. Shocking public confession at twilight. With the sun falling below the horizon, Cafeteria No. 1 Aprio played host to a scandalous event.
かけい告白ってしかもなんでか嬉野さんにああこっちの趣味だったんですね
ロリアロ
Okay, Kizo. Okay. Calm down. Uses words and sends sparks to the atmosphere of the club room.
かけいい小立ちかと思っていたら嬉しのか
私たちは目に入らないってことですかね黙っていられないねですね
Four girls not affirmatively.
筧藩あんたほんまもんのタフが嫌で
What? Why he as well? Why exactly the same words as well? Kake's surprising capability for controversy brings a tear to Takamina's eye.
やるか。
The first years exchange a quick glance. That's all they need to confirm their intentions without anyone else noticing. Another view end.
終わった。
Kodachi stretches herself as far as she can. It's just past 10 p.m. We finally finished today's work. Central Avenue is empty at this time of the night. The moonlight casts long shadows of us onto the shining white stone pavement. I never imagined he'd try to hang himself. What?
たまにあるんだよね。天才畑の人ってやっぱどっか違うからさ。
Okay. She talks about it so casually. She must be used to it.
初めてのお仕事の感想は？
It was fun.
子供の感想か。私たちはもっと崇高な仕事をしてるんだけど。
Well then, if you don't mind hearing the long version, I start to pour my thoughts out in full. I feel a great sense of accomplishment at the work I've done. Working to help someone else feels a lot better than I'd expected. We stopped Yoshino from being caught in a gruesome accident. We gave a young novelist the inspiration he needed to start on a brilliant manuscript, and we just finished giving a chemistry student the courage to live on. There's no way I'd have been able to help all three of them within one day if I lived a normal life. But it'll be my duty if I become a shepherd. I may be copying her words here, but it is some pretty grand work.
そうそう。そういうことが聞きたかったのよ。
She smiles with satisfaction.
目立たないしすぐに忘れられちゃうけど、意義のあることだと思ってる。
I think it's better for both sides than being remembered forever. Shepherds are bound to be forgotten no matter how many people they help. You might feel a little sad, but I think that's a better outcome than staying in their memories. Do something good for the person, then let them forget you. That's the smartest way to go about it. Wanting to be remembered isn't necessarily a good thing.
ああ、そうそう。最初の子羊の仕事ではありがとうね。助かったわ。
You mean Urashino? I'm just glad I could help.
家計がいなかったら失敗するところだった。やっぱ家計は素質あるのかもね。私は昔から大して見えなかったし。
She almost sounds like she's grumbling to herself. Any words of consolation for me will probably have the opposite effect. Do I? I don't really know myself.
できるやつはみんなそうよ。ああ、負けらんない。頑張んなきゃ。
She slaps her own cheeks. She's got spunk as always. Do you have things you want to do once you become a shepherd?
突然ね。
You seem to have thought a lot about it, so I figured I could learn something from you for the test. The chats I've had with her over the past few days have shown me how strongly she wants to become a shepherd.
そんなに思い入れがあるように見える？
Yeah, you're like a singer forging away ahead at full speed while dreaming about releasing her debut album.
お先真っ暗っぽくない？
Everyone starts from the darkness, even I did.
あんた誰よ？意味わかんないし。ま、冗談はともかく。
She turns serious.
羊飼いになる以上は人をより良い未来に導いていきたいわね。特殊な能力持ってるわけだし、それが義務というか使命だと思う。能力がある人間はそれを遊ばせちゃいけないでしょ。
Abilities, eh? I seem to recall Mochizuki and Sakuraba saying similar things. Now, people would be looked at funny if they said something like that, but I think that's wonderful.
普通の人と一緒にしないで。家計もその辺自覚持ってね。
Yeah. At the very least, today's endeavors have given me a good understanding on what shepherds do on a day-to-day basis. They presumably strive to adhere to such strict morals due to how dangerous their powers are if they're misused. This whole shepherd business does seem like something worth doing.
じゃ、お疲れ。
Later, I'm at the door to my apartment. This is where we part ways.
そういや、今日は抜け出して大丈夫だったの？
It should be fine.
図書部最近は何やってんの？
I told you about the election, right? We figured that we have to stand out during the Shiomi festival to stand any chance in the election. So we're going to do some for the festival. But we still haven't decided on the exact project.
へえ。まあ頑張って。
So indifferent, aren't we allies?
いやいや、敵でしょ、敵。夏休みの間に何回注意したと思ってんのよ。
Well, sorry.
口だけじゃなく本気で反省しなさいよ。まったく。
She jabs my chest with her index finger. Actually, we're stuck at finding a venue to work with right now. Got any ideas?
適当に教室借りなさいよ。
The classroom won't stand out. We need a bigger venue.
そんなこと言って、図書館に話持ってきたらキレるからね。
She glares at me with the eyes of a murderer. Koda-chan?
何よ。
You're brilliant.
はぁ
You're like a lighthouse illuminating darkness. I was bound by the notion that a library must stay quiet.
ちょっと待った。その固定観念大事にして。無駄顔してんのよ。
Like Kodachi just, I fucked up! Help! She's making a fuss, but let's ignore that part for now. We have to emerge victorious as Shiomi Festival no matter what. Time to dress this up and sell it like a pro. Think about it this way. It was actually pretty tough to get out of club activities like I did today. We're all busy and stuff, but there's something else too. Everyone suspects that there's something going on between us. Excusing myself randomly is bound to invite misunderstandings.
まあ、それは狙ってるから。なんでもない。で
It'll be a pain for you to have these misunderstandings hanging over you, yeah? Don't you have a guy you're interested in?
いないっす。羊飼いだし。
Sure you do.
いません。
So stubborn.
あんたがね。
I won't be stopped here. Forget that then. Let's say, hypothetically, you have a guy you're interested in. Take that as a thought experiment. Now then, you will have problems if we are mistaken as an item. But there's one way to solve this problem. You just need to stay in the club room all the time. The most dangerous situation is us getting caught together after I skipped out on club activities. My proposal renders that irrelevant.
もう詭弁ってレベルじゃないんだけど。
Just a little thought experiment. If I can't sell this well, then I'll sell it hard. My proposal would resolve the misunderstandings, but a non-member like you can't be in the club room all the time. What can we do? Why, it's simple. We make use of the Shiomi Festival. The library club will borrow the library for the festival, and you have absolutely no choice but to oversee us in our club room. Not at all. And with that, it all falls into place. You get free entry into the library club, and the misunderstandings will all go away. Such an impeccable logical idea, if I do say so myself. So, how does that sound?
おやすみ。
She shuts the door to her apartment. Mission failed. Oh well. To be honest, I never even considered using the library as a venue. If we can nab it somehow, it'll definitely make us stand out. There's definitely value in pursuing this. I need to email everyone first. September 5th. My feet take me across the beach. The gentle waves lap at my legs every so often, but it's no problem. Even if I fall, he'll be sure to catch me. What? Ah! Over here! Are you going to be slower than a frail girl like me, I hear his running footsteps behind me. I know he'll catch up to me soon, but I slow my pace down all the same. His dazzling smile and evening glow graces my eyes as I turn my head around to face him. My heart skips a beat. Suddenly, a feeling of loneliness washes over me as I slow down to a walking pace, because I know he'll soon close the distance. And then... What the fuck?! Ah! I leap into a sitting position in shock. What did I just... I take a quick look around. It's just my room. A dream, huh? What a terrible dream that was. My pajamas are all soaked with sweat. My eyes travel to the clock. It's just past 5 a.m. Damn. I fall back onto the bed. The dark ceiling is all I can see. I already know why I had that dream. The reason is on the verge of replaying itself in my mind. Why did this have to happen?
いやー、京子ちゃんは相変わらず綺麗だね。
Please don't talk, you're giving me a headache.
図書館を借りるためですよ、京子さん。
そうそうちょっとした我慢だ。これで図書館が借りられると思えば安いものだろ。
大丈夫だよ。委員長も写真を撮るだけだって言ってたから。
You wouldn't declare that so confidently if you knew what happened during the last photo taking session. Just think about it gives me goosebumps all over.
なあ京子、ちょっとの間プライドを質入れするだけだろ。余裕ができたらまた買い戻せばいい。
What a unique form of persuasion. Though Sakuraba was right from the start, getting to use the whole library in exchange for a couple of pictures is a good deal.
京子ちゃん、お願いします。
Everyone clasps their hands together. They know I'm too nice for my own good, and they're not afraid to exploit it. Oh, fine. But this is the last time, got it? I won't let anyone take photos of me ever again if it means the end of the world.
京子さん、男です。男と女、どっちやねん。
Misato can barely be bothered to deliver her retort. Yeah, yeesh.
お前、本当は撮影好きだろ。
No freaking way. It was the usual pattern for the umpteenth time. It'll stay with me for as long as I'm associated with that library. Life is truly harsh. My life flashed before my eyes, just like when that judo club member lifted me off the ground by the neck. I have the same thoughts as back then. What a horrible life I've led. Back then, I was still a kid trying to escape the beatings from the adults by reading books. I was obsessed with the fantasy of a magic library when I realized my power of precognition. People thought of me as a magician and showered me with praise at first, but that only lasted until I had to deliver news of bad futures. That led to so much bullying at school. Everyone called me a god of death. I was thrown into the institution soon after. My real family that probably couldn't care less about me. Jesus Christ! I've no particular memories about the institution. Most I remember is shutting myself away from any community activities and immersing myself into books. No, wait. I have a nagging feeling about this. Something definitely did happen. But I can't remember it. I guess it wasn't too important. Anyway, my life really derailed in a spectacular fashion. Why did it all go wrong? And why did it all go wrong? There really isn't anyone I can truly blame. If you forced me to pick one, it'll probably be my father, whoever he was. But it's not like he drank, gambled, slept with prostitutes, or anything of that sort. I don't even remember him well enough to hate anything he did. I wonder what he's doing right now. I'll just go to bed. It isn't worth losing sleep over him. Forced my eyes closed. Sleep should help to heal the scars of my heart. Or at least I hope it does. September 6th. Damn it. God damn it! It's lunch break at the club room. I'm currently chugging down a bottle of mineral
お
water.
客さん、もうやめた方が。4本目ですよ。筧くん、昼間から飲んだくれちゃダメだよ。
Again. No matter how many showers I take, I can't get a scent off me. Scars didn't heal. In fact, the fluttering maid costume hanging from the club room was giving me flashbacks.
筧、白崎お手製のクッキーがまずくなるからよそでやってくれ。
マモちゃん、京子ちゃんのおかげで図書館を借りられたんだから、もう少し言いようが。筧くん、よかったらこれ使って。
She passes me a bag of bath salts.
これね、新製品の入浴剤なの。泡がいっぱい出てパチパチするんだけど、嫌な匂いも取れると思うよ。そういう問題じゃないです。
Entirely so.
筧さんの犠牲は無駄にはしませんよ。
Like, I don't even feel like talking. It's like speaking up about this anymore. That, like, you know my thoughts on this. Like, fuck all of them for forcing this on him, but... You know what? He might get tired of complaining at some point. Konosuke stands up from her chair.
皆さん、私たちはようやく潮見祭での活躍の舞台を手に入れたわけです。生徒会選挙に勝つためにも素晴らしい企画を考えなくてはなりません。違いますか？違わないでしょ。
まあそうな。
Sakuraba nods while munching on a cookie.
潮見学園が誇る大図書館だ。会場としては申し分ない。あとは企画勝負になるだろう。
I mean, the thing is, I got an advantage in this situation. No one would ever force me to do something like that. I mean, I'm a hairy bastard. You know what? Fuck it. Add this.
こんだけ広いんだからもう何でもできるよな。
何でもできるわけあるか。
Kodachi enters after kicking the door open. So I kicked the door open! Yes! I apologize for that one.
小立さん、こんにちは。こんにちはじゃないわ、このおっぱいお化け。
Boob beast. What? Shizaki quivers while hiding her chest. I don't even know what that's about. Kodachi's clearly bigger.
うちの白崎に何を言うんだ、おっぱいクリーチャー。
誰がクリーチャーか。それよりね、ここは図書館なの。お祭りだからって何でもやっていいわけないでしょ。
ねえ、焼きそば屋台とかダメ？
ダメ、外でやれや。
Kodachi gives our energetic selves a deathly glare. You don't look the best of moods. What's up?
説明しないとわからない。心当たりないですね。朝の占いが最下位だったとか。んなわけあるか。
Kodachi puts one hand on her hip and sticks the index finger of the other hand into the air.
まず一つ、私が知らないうちに図書館の貸し出し許可が下りていたこと。そして二つ、潮見祭まで図書委員を代表してあんたらを監視することになったこと。出世おめでとうございます。
よっ、こだっちゃん。
The applause rings loud and clear.
左遷よ左遷。これからずっと図書部と行動しなきゃならないなんて。
Kodachi puts her hand to her forehead to stem her dizziness. My thought experiment from the other day has turned into a reality, apparently. Does that mean you're stationed at our club room?
不本意ながらね。そういう話なんでしょ、桜庭。
ああ、会場を借りる際の交換条件になっている。好き勝手されても困るから図書委員の監査役を一人入れてくれということだった。まさか小立ちになるとは思わなかったが。
私たち信頼されてないんだね。
Shizaki looks a little sad, but the rest of us exchange knowing glances. It would be more weird if they did trust us.
なんだろうこの疲労感。まあ指名されちゃったものは仕方ないから一応監視はするけどさ。
Kodachi defeatedly pulls a nearby folding chair to her and sits down.
そ茶でございます。苦しゅうない。
Konosuke immediately serves a cup of tea to Kodachi. The teacup has the word king on it. Where'd you get that from?
ところで小立さん。何よ。先週の金曜日、筧さんと嬉野さんに何があったんですか？そうそう、筧くん。小立さんと約束があるからって出て行ったのに、ウェブニュースにあんな記事が出て。
Kodachi shoots me a very apparent glance. Her eyes are full of mischief. She's definitely up to no good.
どうしようかな。細かいことは秘密って約束なんだよね。へえ。
詳しく聞きたいな。
Club room turns chilly.
さあ、ギザちゃん、お散歩に行こうか。
Yeah! Takabine and the fat cat make their hasty exit. Me too.
まあ座りなよ若いの。
I do so helplessly. I can hardly resist all of them staring at me.
それで何を秘密にしてるんだ？
I'm not hiding anything.
じゃあ どうして嬉野さんに告白を？
I can't exactly tell them that I wanted to stop time. I'm not sure how open I can be about the whole shepherd business either. And it'll be doing a huge disservice to Urashina if I play it off as a punishment for losing a bet. Crap, I can't think of an excuse. Well, it's a secret!
やっぱ言えないよね。
Kodachi puts on a knowing grin for show. She's so trying to stir up trouble.
なんだ。二人は随分親しいようだな。
I already told you before, we're just neighbors, right, Kodachi?
そうそう。時たま一緒にテレビ見たり、ご飯食べたりするくらい。
She's stoking the flames again. Why is she doing this?
ちょっとマジな顔しないでよ。心配しなくても付き合ってなんかないから。
Oh, she's denied it. Maybe that was just my cognition bias showing. Cognitive bias showing. Really, we do talk now and then, but that's normal for neighbors.
たまーに恋愛相談になっちゃったりするけどね。
Exactly. Wait, what?
家計の好みがめんどくさくてね。おとなしいのと積極的なの、どっちが好きなんだっけな。どっちなんですか？
The female brigade's all stirred up.
そうだ。積極的な方が好きだって言ってた。
Like hell I did!
積極的
ですか。
No one's listening to me.
あと、夜の羊飼いに天国まで導かれたいって言ってたかも。
Stop it! He's making it all up!
うわ、それは家計。いくら小太刀が相手でも話が直接的すぎるぞ。いや、大丈夫。私は平気だ。受け入れられる。
Sakuraba looks determined. That broad-mindedness doesn't help.
さすが、年上の余裕だね。
Kodachi gives the first years a sideways glance.
どういうことですか？
私たちだっていざって時は頑張りますよ
例えば？そうですね。
って言えるわけないじゃないですか。
This is going in a strange direction. Kodachi has everyone dancing in the palm of her hand. I don't know what she's trying to do. A temporary retreat should be the best option here. Whoops, I have to get going! Don't want to be late for 4th period.
いつもより早いね。
I'm in a bit of a hurry. I quickly packed my bag. There's still a while to go till my next class, but the sooner I'm out of here, the better. Anyway, I'm off.
一緒に行こうよ。
Shizaki starts to stand up.
白崎さん、筧さんは急ぐって言ってますから。
Kanosuke looks at Shizaki with the widest of smiles. Her puffed up cheeks have "Sit the hell down" written all over them. Shizaki meekly complies.
急ぐんですよね、先輩。
Yeah, later.
ではまた。
Y'all's fucking scaring me.
また。
Help.
ほう。
First years see me off with a weirdly cheerful smile. There's a storm brewing for sure, but I'll ignore it for now.
面白くなりそうね。
That's it for 4th period. 5th period is free for me, but I guess I'll go read at the club room. On second thought, nah. One of the girls might be there. I won't be able to get any reading done if that's the case. I'll go to one of the cafeterias that the rest don't frequent. I'll leave the club room and head for the cafeteria number 2. I spot a dangerous presence just ahead. It's Kana Suzuki. What's she doing here? Being spotted now won't end well for me. I do a 180-degree spin as I plot another route to the cafeteria in my head. What the? Another familiar face lies in wait in the other direction. It's Sendai Misono. What's going on here? Are they launching a pincer attack from both ends of the corridor? No, it must be a coincidence. It has to be.
筧さん、偶然ですね。
Jump out the window.
筧先輩、偶然ですね。
Hey!
千里もいたんだ。
たまたまね。
Lies, all of them.
筧さん、これから部室ですか？
Oh, I was heading to the cafeteria.
本当ですか？でしたら一緒に行きましょう。私たちもご飯が食べたいと思ってたんです。
Misono nods. Apparently Kanosuke already knows how hungry Misono is, despite happening to bump into us here. Yeah, it is as planned as it gets. Oops, there's a report I have to finish.
筧先輩、レポートある授業取ってましたか？
None, in fact. How does my son even know my timetable actually? It's a one-off! My teacher was so angry at my poor attendance that he demanded I write one. It's off to the self-study room for me. I'll see you two in the club room after class. I almost make my escape, but Kanosuke's overstating voice calls out to me once again.
ああ、そうそう、筧さん。今週の土日って空いてます？
I'm...
読書ってのはなしですよ。
空いてますね。
They're being extremely aggressive. I suppose I am. Why? Dark gleams in their eyes. My boy Kake over there just slowly but surely dying inside. What now? Are they gonna take me on a crab fishing expedition?
よかったら一緒に買い物行きませんか？
Nah, not really. Bye. No, just shopping? That sounds fine. What do you want to buy?
いろいろです。服とか。
Surely Shirozaki and Sakuraba would know more about that.
男子の意見が欲しいんですよ。
Then Taka.
高峰先輩以外で。
He'll really join the priesthood if he hears that. I feel sorry for him.
ともかく、オッケーってことでいいですね。
No. I suppose.
ありがとうございます。
Kanosuke grabs onto my right arm. Mizuno cuts off my escape route from the left. It's certainly a feeling to treasure, but I'm worried about the stares of the people around us. Kanosuke, you're heavy.
ちょっと体鍛えた方がいいですって。私がウェイトになります。はい、持ち上げてください。
Kanosuke manipulates my arm to grip onto her. Don't underestimate a library club member. I put all my strength in my arms.
筧先輩、そこそこやりますね。
I lift Kanosuke up as high as I can. I give. And then let her slip through my hands.
女の子は大事にしてくださいよ。
And you should treasure yourself more. Guys will be able to mess around with you if you're always so clingy.
だってかな。
Mizuno giggles. That's directed to you too. A glance to the side tells me that she's grabbing onto my shirt.
ベタベタですか？
Not really, but... Yeah, just stop! I shake Mizuno off my arm.
照れてますね。筧先輩、意外と可愛いところが。
Oh God, I really want him to just like look like extremely exasperated, like not a blush on his face, like, oh, you got an unexpectedly cute side to you, Kake. Mizuno gives a small, alluring chuckle. At this rate, I think I'm going to lose something very important. I have to get out of here. So, sorry, but I need to go to the self-study rooms.
お邪魔してすみません。じゃあ、買い物の時間とか決まったらメールしますね。それじゃまた。
They leave without waiting for my reply, squealing to each other all the way. Guess that explains the bad feeling I had at lunch. What is their motivation for inviting me? Are they expecting a senior-junior nuance or a romantic nuance to this shopping trip? Shouldn't assume the best case at all times. I'll have to wait and see what happens. I resupplied on my reading throughout the entire 5th period. Books are indeed the best. Immersing myself in words somehow relaxes me. Haven't read as much since I joined the library club, but I doubt I'd be able to stop reading altogether.
幽霊みたいなのがいると思ったら家系じゃないか。
Sakuraba and Shirozaki approached me from behind. That's a terrible greeting.
逃げ水の中に立っているから驚いたよ。
I can see how that happened. Even the pavement in the distance looks like it's covered by a reservoir of glittering oil.
今日はほんと暑いよね。地面で目玉焼きできそう。
Shizaki wipes her forehead with a hand towel. Perhaps her handkerchief isn't enough for a day like this. Sakuraba's using her fan to fan herself. She doesn't look too affected by the heat. She's still wearing her necktie properly, even. You don't seem to sweat much, Sakuraba.
白崎ほどじゃないな。
Don't upper class learn to keep themselves from sweating?
あいにくそこまで高貴じゃないんでな。目立たないだけでちゃんと書いてる。
Sakuraba lifts her ponytail and shows me the back of her neck. A few frayed strands of hair cling to her pale skin. It's undeniably sexy. Huh.
だろ？お前は何をさせるんだ？
You're the one who let me see it. Don't tell me you've got a thing for exhibitionism.
ないはずだ。
I'm like, no fucking course not! Actually, I'm not sure. I'll get back to you on that one. Confident, aren't you?
ねえねえ、私は後期だから汗かかないよ。
Yeah, okay.
ああ、すっごく適当に流した。
Shizaki's lips twist into a pout. Weird, Shizaki's joke isn't making me feel any colder.
それは面白いからだよね。
Impossible.
ひどいよ。ブーブー。
That's the first time I've heard someone actually say boo out loud. Don't you feel hot with your hair like that, Shizaki? Or are you used to it?
すっごい暑いよ。
She gives me a smile. Ah, I see.
私もたまもちゃんみたいに髪結ぼうかな。
思い切って短くするのもありかもしれないな。
どうかな。どう？筧くんはどんなのが似合うと思う？
Shizaki starts showing me examples of all types of hairstyles on her. Bunching her hair up into a ponytail, splitting it into behind her neck, and so on. The impression you get from a girl can change entirely from a mere change of hairstyle. In Shizaki's case, they all make her look cute. Pretty much any hairstyle looks good on you.
元がいいやつは羨ましい。どう料理したって美味しくなる。
For sure. Though Sakuraba qualifies too, if you ask me.
もうちゃんと答えてよ。
Shizaki puts her hands to her hips in a huff.
元がいいと言ってくれたんだ。よかったじゃないか。
あ、そうか。やだもう、筧くんは。
Shizaki flaps her hand at me. They're so excitable, it tires me out. A rush of cold air hits me as the automatic doors of the library opens. Oh, I can imagine that, and by God, it's good. Now this is what makes the library so good.
涼しいね。
All three of us stop in our tracks and cool down for a moment.
そうだ、筧。
Huh?
今週末は暇か？暇だな。だと思った。
Are you trying to pick a fight?
何か予定があるの？読書以外で。
They thought they'd land first strike. I know, Eve. I made plans with the first years to go shopping.
買い物ね。
Hold on. There you go.
聞いてないな。
Are we required to tell you? What's the matter anyway? Did we get a new request?
いや、なんだ。
Sakuraba's gaze falls to the floor. Her hand fidgets with her skirt.
もしよかったらなんだが、一緒に買い物でもどうかと思っていたんだ。
私も入れて、3人でね。
Is this weekend a lucky period for shopping?
まあ、でも、1年と行くのなら難しいか。
I'll just come along.
ちょっとたまもちゃん、くじけないで。
They started whispering to each other. What are you planning to buy?
そうだな。何がいいかな。服。おお、そうだった。服なんかどうだ？男子の意見も聞いてみたくて。
This again? Alright, know what? I can divide Saturday and Sunday between the two pairs, but that'll eat up the whole weekend. Maybe we could all go as a group. First years wanted to check out Clueless too. Want to go together with them? I do have books I want to read during the weekend.
一緒か。
The two girls exchange
向
looks.
こうがいいなら私たちは構わない。
筧くんを2日連続で買い物に行かせるのも申し訳ないし。
Alright, I'll let the first years know.
一緒。
Her face is smiling, but her heart is not.
ですか。
Neither is she. They keep smiles on their faces, but they still exchange glances, just like their seniors.
そうですね。2日連続じゃ筧さんがかわいそうですし。
では日程についてだが、
Sakuraba gets the conversation moving. They eventually decide on meeting at the station at 2 p.m. on Sunday.
筧も大変ね。
Sakamina starts whispering to me. Can I take it that this whole spectacle means what I think it does?
そうね。まあ大筋は。
じゃあ筧さん、そういうことで。
Okay.
図書部はお盛んで結構なことね。
Silent up until now, Kodachi pipes up from a corner of the room. She is sitting up perfectly straight on her chair with her legs folded.
言いたいことでもあるのか？
ありますよ、そりゃ。
潮見祭のことだよね。もちろん分かってるよ。あさってが企画の締め切りだってことも。
それそれ。図書館借り切ってるんだからつまんない企画やられても困るからね。出し物がしょぼいと来年の予算にも響くかもしれないし。
分かっている。借りた以上は責任は取る。
Sakuraba maintains the air of a chairperson.
買い物は企画がまとまってからの話だ。
おっすおっす。そうよ。高峰の首がかかってるんでしょ。
小立ちゃん。
Whoops. Please finish.
そうよ。高峰の首がかかってるんでしょ。しっかりやんなよ。
Takamine takes Kodachi's hand in his.
何？
さっきからパンツが見えそう。
おりゃ。
The bag of Kodachi's foot meets Takamine's face splendidly.
というわけで企画ができるまでは休戦だ。余計なことは考えず、まずは企画を立てよう。
Sakuraba's words bring a stiff atmosphere to the club room. The end of Wednesday is the deadline for the Shiomi Festival project proposal submission. We need to think of a project that will stand out by then. That's our only shot of winning the student council election. These few days represent the first hurdle. The heated discussion has been going on for the last 3 hours. The rays of the setting sun filter into the club room. Some of us are using notepads and masks to fan our faces. The air conditioner isn't enough to cool us down. The whiteboard has tons of ideas scribbled on it, but none of them stand out. Man, we have the library, but nothing makes good use of it.
鈴木、図書館の良さとは何だ？
Sakuraba points to the tip of her fan at Kanosuke.
冷暖房完備で何やっても OK なところです。
うん、正解。
まな板、図書委員会と戦争するか。
Kodachi flaps at herself with a fan.
なら、小立先輩も意見出してくださいよ。
私ただのカンス。
Misona wordlessly approaches Kodachi with Giza in her arms.
トイレ行こっかな。
Kodachi practically vanishes from the club room. Giza has completely become her object of trauma.
私たちも休憩しよっか。
そうだな。では、20分休憩しよう。
The atmosphere lightens from Sakuraba's declaration. I'll try to find inspiration outside. Another view? Or not. There's a stack of several different newspapers by the counter. Maybe there's something interesting in there.
あなたは
I lift my head from the newspaper. There stands Takigawa. Ah, hello, I didn't think I'd see you in the library.
あまり来ないですからね。
Thank God. Like, honest to God, I really want to just be sitting, like, near the counter, just like she comes in. Oh, Takigawa. I see you in the library often. Oh, because I don't come often. Well, thank fuck, seeing your face is sure as hell puts a drab on the place. Do I actually have something I can hold? I guess this works. It's literally just a stack of paper. Fuck off, Takigawa. I'm trying to read. Yes. Diese Webseite verwendet Cookies und die Webanalyse-Tools NetMind and it's cut off. Why is this so shit? Should probably like actually apply for these. Oh yeah, these are actually like different, like profiles for different apprenticeships. Like basically they're profiles for the businesses that are actually offering certain apprenticeships. They're probably, actually I don't feel like applying for an electrician again. We all know how that's gonna fucking end in a goddamn disaster. And potentially me being screamed at for 10 minutes straight again, causing me my self-worth to drop again. That's not really done for me. I really do hope that the petition works out, because that does sound like a rather fun job. Your answer doesn't contain the slightest trace of friendliness. What would you be here for today, then?
潮見祭で図書館が某団体に貸し出されると聞きましたので、確認に。
That got out fast.
図書委員長はハニートラップに引っかかったと弁明していましたよ。
Honey pot? What, does that make me the honey? I don't know about that. I believe I just gave him what he wanted. It's not like I did that because I wanted... Terrible flashbacks start to replay in my mind.
大丈夫です。
He's just like fucking hunched over on the ground. He's just looking down like... are you okay? Do you want me to, like, take you to the counselor? Anyways, sorry, I was triggered for a moment. Okay, Kake triggered memes when... Her stare remains icy as always.
それで、図書部はどういった企画を行うつもりですか?
That's a secret. We'll find out when we submit the project proposal anyway.
では、楽しみにしています。選挙につながるような企画だと、こちらも楽しくなるのですが。
She shoots a provocative smile at me. Making up competitiveness that obvious doesn't really help.
あれ、かけい。何やってんの?
Kodachi happens upon us. Just chatting a little with Takigawa.
こんにちは。生徒会副会長の滝川です。
知ってる知ってる。有名人だもんね。こっちは図書委員の小立。
委員長から聞いています。図書部の監査をすることになったと。
そう。この人らむちゃくちゃやるからさ。
Kodachi's smiling, but her eyes aren't. He's probably got the black sheep in mind.
では、私はこれで。
Takigawa gives us a small nod. Should try to getting some black sheep information from her. Oh yeah, I spoke with Mochizuki the other day. Takigawa turns back to us on her heels. Bringing up Mochizuki's name gets her attention splendidly.
望月さんが何か?
She's worried about you.
私のことを?
A flicker of joy shows on Takigawa's face for the merest of moments.
どういった内容か聞いてもいいですか?
She thinks you may have something on your mind as you've been rushing things recently.
私は焦ってなどいませんが。
Well, that's what she said. Really, expelling all students who aren't putting all their efforts in their majors is going a bit overboard by most people's standards. That's probably why she thinks you've been rushing things.
あなたにはわからないでしょうが、私は望月さんができなかったことをやっているだけです。
Takigawa's expression remains neutral. Well, I've also heard some strange rumors. I shoot a quick glance at Kodachi. According to the rumors, student council is actually a cover for the shepherd who's controlling the academy behind the scenes.
そうですか。
Do you think the shepherd exists?
実在はするでしょう？いろいろな噂があるわけですから。
That's what Mochizuki's worried about. She thinks you're being deceived.
騙されてはいません。協力しているだけです。
I replayed Takigawa's words in my mind. She didn't bother to hide the implication. You've spoken to the shepherd before?
はい、ありますよ。
Ah, I see. That was casual.
本当に嘘言っちゃってるんじゃないの？
本当のことです。羊飼いは才能があり、努力を怠らない人間のところに現れるのでしょ？なら、私のところに来てくれたことは、むしろ喜ぶべきことだと思っています。
I just got just to absolutely throw her off. I'd say like, it is kind of funny how the rogue, how the rogue shepherd would appear before you. Rogue shepherd? Oh, you think he was the only one? Takigawa thinks a shepherd came to her because she gave it her all. I suppose when you see it that way, then it's nothing to hide. The only reason to refrain from mentioning it would be to prevent yourself from sounding like a boaster. Might be able to get quite a bit out of her if I play my cards right.
生徒会役員の間では、羊飼いに出会ったという話は珍しくありません。ゆくゆくは、この国のリーダーになる人間が集まっている場所ですからね。
Her chest puffs up a little bit in pride. For reference, what did you and the shepherd talk about?
私と、この学園の進むべき道についてです。
Can you elaborate further? Takigawa begins what sounds like a well-prepared speech. Essentially, our country is currently stagnating. The core issue revolves around the lack of pride and motivation amongst today's youth. If nothing is done, we are certain to fall behind in all kinds of fields. We need to produce several citizens with world-class talents to prevent that from occurring. The new generation of youngsters will see our talents prospering on the world stage. They'll give the youngsters hope, confidence, and motivation to become just like them. And the best place to cultivate such world-class talent is the same place where you can find the best of our country's students, Shiomi Academy. In other words, the success of the academy is interlinked with the future of our country. With that policy in mind, they then mulled over how to improve the quality of the academy. It was then decided that the best way to do so would be to force out the people lacking in motivation.
退学処分になる人には申し訳ないとも思います。でも、生徒会長には生徒たちを幸福な未来に導く責務があります。
ああ、もっともだわ。
Kodachi folds her arms and nods. She's completely in agreement. Would going so far really turn out well for the academy?
ここが潮見学園でなければ、ほどほどのところで折り合いをつけていたでしょうね。でも、ここの生徒はハイレベルな教育環境を期待して入学してきたものと解釈しています。
The thing is, doing this is going to make the school a whole lot less appealing. So less and less students will come, causing the school to lose more and more funding.
環境悪化の要因を排除することは、むしろ学園が提供してしかるべきサービスだと思いますよ。
I see. Takigawa certainly makes sense. She's not the type of person to persist with an illogical viewpoint. Is that Shep's opinion?
私の意見です。羊飼いはあくまでサポートをしてくれるだけですから。
What I've heard of this conversation, it's still not possible to tell if Takigawa's shepherd is the black sheep. Even if it was, then the black sheep isn't exactly doing anything unprecedented. I'm awfully curious about the shepherd. Is it possible to arrange a meeting?
こちらからコンタクトを取ることはできません。
どうやって接触してんの？手紙？メール？
電話です。番号非通知ですけど。
So we can't trace her shepherd that way. Has the shepherd contacted you recently?
ああ、そう。10日ほど前でした。
Was it a male or female?
男性だった気がします。あれ？どっちだったかな？
Takigawa doesn't sound too confident. She must have forgotten about it. Their encounters don't last long in the memory. More of evidence that her shepherd is the real thing.
ともかく、私から羊飼いを紹介するのは難しいです。でも、あなた方も努力を続ければ会える日が来るかもしれませんね。
What a show of superiority. Is she really that pleased to have met a shepherd? Can you let me know if the shepherd contacts you again?
私がそこまで親切だと思います？
Well, you're our vice president and all. Right, Kodachi?
もちろん。
Kodachi and I display the most dazzling smiles we can muster. Takigawa starts to falter.
これだからと勝負は。
Huh?
では、私は仕事がありますので。
Takigawa puts an end to the conversation. Sorry for keeping you here.
いえ、話しかけたのはこちらですから。それではまた。潮見祭の企画書を楽しみにしています。
She leaves with a thin smile. There we go.
黒ヤギの尻尾がつかめたわね。妙に簡単に。
Of course it'd be easy when you have someone so proud to brag about it. It leaves me with a bad aftertaste, actually. There are people who think an encounter with a shepherd is proof of their talents, apparently.
実際能力ない人のサポートはしないし、証明にはなると思うけど。
Isn't that unfair? Aren't you shepherds supposed to aim for the happiness of mankind?
人間何十億人もいるんだから、全員の面倒なんて見られないわよ。
How many shepherds are there?
七井さんが771番なわけだから、だいたい800人くらいよ。
Hold on. Whoops. That's nowhere near enough to take care of all of mankind.
そう。サンタさんだって良い子にしかプレゼントくれないでしょ。一緒よ。
That makes Santa look like a cheapskate.
で、黒ヤギのことはこれからどうする？
What do you plan to do? I doubt Takigawa is going to help us arrange a meeting. We need a plan.
ああ、筧くん、こんなところにいた。
Shizaki heads to us from the direction of the club room. What's up?
休憩20分って約束だったでしょ？みんな待ってるよ。
Up, sorry.
筧と大事な話があったの。ごめんね。
重要な話？
将来のね。じゃあ筧、部室戻ろっか。
Kodachi pulls me to my feet.
ちょっと小立さん。
何？
なんでもないです。
Shizaki staring daggers at me. Kodachi, that's enough.
ごめん。
Kodachi makes a big show of moving away from my arm.
じゃあ部室に。
Shizaki stumbles her way towards the club room. Kodachi's definitely trying to stir things up. I'll interrogate her later. The library club meeting has ended for some time now. Kodachi and I are looking around the office building. We're on a stakeout, of course. Our target is Takigawa. She's our only real lead to unmasking the black sheep. But all we can do now is to wait and observe.
筧、ここ蚊に刺されてる。
She points to the underside of my elbow. I have to twist my arm naturally to get a glimpse of it. It happens when you stand outside long enough.
薬塗ってあげる。
She takes out some stick-like container of insect bite ointment. The arm is soon slathered with the stuff.
羊飼いになるのに、まさか張り込みすることになるとはね。おまけに昼間は図書部の面倒見ることになっちゃったし、いいことないわ。
Here's something to lessen your pain. Take out a donut and a can of coffee from my bag.
出たー、張り込みの定番って牛乳常温じゃんか。
Take it or leave it.
ありがとうございます。恐縮です。
She takes food with unprecedented politeness. By the way, have you been staring up at the girls lately?
ある？何のこと？
You keep being touchy-feely whenever they're around.
もしかして家計の取り合いになるように私が仕向けてるって話？
Nothing else comes to mind as a valid explanation.
さあ、家計がそう思いたいだけかもしれないわよ。
A smug grin grows on her face. She's very suspicious. Let's say she really is trying to get girls to go after me. Why would you do it? Does she want to throw the library club in confusion from all the relationship troubles that would occur? Can't be. She doesn't gain anything from that. Maybe she wants me to fail the final test to become a shepherd. According to her, a shepherd holds no strong relationship to anyone, even family or friends. In that case, dating someone will pretty much confirm failing the test. She wouldn't go that far, surely. She would go that far, surely. This isn't a zero-sum game. It's possible that she dislikes me as a person, but I don't think she's petty enough to want me to fail because of that.
私が煽ってるかどうかは置いておいて、もしアタックされたらどうするの？
I think you've asked the same question before.
気が変わったかと思って。
Well then, the female brigade has gotten more proactive, in no small part due to Kodachi's goading. I may have been dubious 12 hours ago, but now it's clear that there's some affection on their end. I certainly enjoy having them around as well. But does that mean I should date one of them? Somehow I can't imagine myself dating anyone. Others can probably easily see themselves holding hands with their lovers while walking through the shopping district. But to me, imagining myself in that scenario is no different from imagining a vampire walking around in broad daylight. I'm not sure why myself. I think about it when that happens. Don't count your chickens before they hatch and stuff.
煮え切らないわね。つまんないの。
Mochizuki and company show up just when I start getting tired of this conversation. A time for distraction, that's for sure. Look, Tokigawa's here.
ああ、いいところだったのに。
She downs the coffee quickly. Let's see what clues we can unearth today.
なんも起きなかったわね。
Yeah. We followed Tokigawa all the way to the entrance of her dorm with nothing to show for it. The only thing we found out is that Tokigawa's terrible at skipping as she walks. And probably with athletics in general. Oh my god, just imagine her just awkwardly skipping along, just fucking almost falling over her own feet every few steps.
明日はどうしよっか。生徒会室にでも忍び込んでみる？
And do what? Huddle in the corner of the room until its black sheep pops up?
そうよね。だったら
Whoops.
滝川の留守中にオタク訪問っていうのはどう？
That's a crime for your information.
ダメ出しするなら何か案を出しなさいよ。
Why are you getting angry at me? Tokigawa said that Black Sheep contacted her via a phone call, which would mean... How about looking through Tokigawa's phone call history? Might be able to figure out the Black Sheep's phone number.
私の時みたいに嬉野に頼むつもりでしょ。
Yeah, she'll probably ask for something in return, but she's the only one I know who can do it.
そっか。よくよく考えると、嬉野は京子ちゃんの生みの親なわけね。
Her whole face lights up. Kind of. Her condition for our last request was to do our first cosplay flyer session. Because of that, my life has... Ah!
ちょっと、筧！
She grabs onto my shoulders. Sorry. Triggered again. This fucked him up a lot, like seriously. He is messed up in the head now. I feel sorry for the man, like Jesus fuck, this is serious. Let's escort him some other time.
わかったわよ。じゃあ2、3日は地道に張り込みしましょう。
A sigh intermingles with her words. I've no idea what to expect from now on. September 7th.
では筧の提案してくれた企画はどうだろう？
Sakuraba draws a large circle on the whiteboard and surrounds the words escape room. Oh no. I saw it on the news the other day. It's all the rage nowadays, apparently.
どんなことをやるの？
According to what I found on newspapers and on the net, the participants are locked inside a room. The room looks like any other standard room with furniture at first glance. But the harder you look, the more items you find. For example, a piece of paper might be hidden under a bed, and a magnifying glass in a drawer. A piece of paper would look bland at first, but looking at it through the magnifying glass would reveal a tiny line of numbers. The line of numbers would be the combination to open the safe in the room, which holds the key to the exit. That's what the game is essentially about. Look for the items and use them with each other to find the way out. The game has a time limit as well. You lose if you don't escape the room before the time limit.
つまり図書館から脱出するゲームにするんだね。
Basically, yes. There are other variations on the theme too. The participants could be searching for treasure or investigating a murder.
お客さん集まるかな？
Shizaki sounds apprehensive.
流行みたいだし、いけるんじゃないの？
失敗してカンコドリが泣いたら泣けますね。会場が広いから空いてると目立つね。
My idea is getting a so-so reception.
だがこの企画は当たれば大きいんじゃないか？図書館なら1000人規模のイベントができる。内容が良ければそれが一気にプラス票に入る。
Sakuraba puts forth a positive view. The reasoning that reasoning is exactly what I'm aiming for. Our goal for the Shiomi Festival is the top of the popularity poll, right? If we keep the event small, It won't gather enough votes, no matter how good it is.
動員人数が多くないと勝負にならないってことですね。
目的を忘れてました。
今んとこ家計の案が一番盛り上がりそうかね。成功すれば。
成功するかどうかは私たち次第だよ。
Their agreement settles in the club room.
私は勝負をかける価値があるプランだと思う。みんなはどうだ？
No one raises an objection.
よし。では参加型謎解きゲームでいこう。
Sakuraba wipes the whiteboard clean, then writes escape room in large letters.
なんとか期限前に企画がまとまったね。
Shizaki's expression of relief puts everyone at ease.
企画書は私が書いて提出しておこう。
As all we need to submit is a simple one-page document. We don't have to put any details if we don't want to.
派手なイベントやるのはいいけど、図書館汚さないでよね。あと、飲食と夏季は現金だから。
Kodachi pipes up from a chair away from our discussion table. She generally sits there and drinks from her king teacup, interjecting with her opinion whenever she feels like it.
任せとけって。
Takamine gives Kodachi the thumbs up.
一番不安なやつに言われたわ。
心配しないでください。できるだけ火を使わないようにします。
できるだけじゃダメだってな。
コダチも監査役になって大変だな。
桜庭、後悔することになっても知らないからね。
Kodachi goes silent, folds her arms.
参加型謎解きゲームってどんな準備が必要なのかな？
まずはシナリオと謎の作成、あとは宣伝と雑務だな。
分担はどうすっかね。
シナリオを考えるのは大変そうだね。
Okada!
まさに企画の心臓だ。誰か希望者はいるか？
Everyone looks at each other. No hands go up, to no one's surprise. We're all amateurs at that kind of stuff.
立候補がないなら推薦？網だくじかな。
文芸部の人間に頼むという手もある。
しょぼいシナリオじゃ困るし、専門の人に頼めるならその方がいいかもな。
Kanosuke timidly raises her hand. All eyes instantly lock onto her.
見つめられるとなんか照れますね。とうとう私にもモテ期が。
冗談はいい。
ギャグ扱いですか？
Kanosuke slaps her own forehead.
で、どうしたのかなちゃん。
よろしければシナリオの仕事をやらせてください。立候補してくれるの？
Shizaki's already big eyes grow even bigger.
かな。
自信はあるのか？
ありません。でも誰かにお願いして負けたら後悔するんじゃないかな。とかなんとかデリ。
Unable to stay serious, Kanosuke forces a gag in at the end.
オッケー。かなちゃんにお任せ。
Shizaki pumps her fist with a heavy breath.
白崎、お前勢いで。
勢いじゃないよ。かなちゃんの心意気に感動しただけ。かなちゃん、よろしく。はい、お姉様。
Shizaki takes Kana's hand in hers.
かなは私がサポートします。
Misono lays her own hand on top of theirs.
完全に勢いじゃないか。
Sakuraba puts her hand to her forehead as she sighs.
これでいいじゃんか、姫。
鈴木を信頼していないわけじゃないが、もし負けたらと思うと。
Sakuraba looks uneasy. There's no surprise, she's warring with her conscience at the moment. She wants to reward Kanosuke's motivation, but she knows we need results more than anything.
大丈夫だって。あとは若いのに任せて、俺たちはあっちで。
しっぽり決めるわけないだろ。
誰もしっぽりとか言ってないし、もう姫はエロくて困るわ。
Something under the table. Something happened under the table that caused Takamine to slump onto it. He's been fond of toying with death these days. Kanosuke, are you sure about this?
千里も手伝ってくれるって言ってますし、大丈夫です。それに物書きってちょっとトライしてみたいなとか思ってたんですよね。
Kanosuke grins wildly, but there's an oft unseen earnestness in her eyes. She's definitely been thinking hard about this. In that case, I won't stop her.
時間もないし、1年には今週いっぱいくらいで素案を作ってほしい。いきなり本作業に入ってしまうと後戻りができなくなる。まずはネタチェックだ。
やってみます。はい、頑張ります。
First years are up for this. Rest of us will be handling PR and other stuff then. I direct my words at the rest of us second years.
望むところだ。
頑張ろうね。
Takamine quivers in response while still slumped over the table. We've finally gotten the foundation of our project, and everyone knows their roles.
ま、せいぜい頑張ってね。
寂しかったら混じってもいいぞ。
誰が寂しがるか。
Anyway, our success in Shiomi Festival rides entirely on this project, and our actual main target, the Student Council election, will be decided pretty much by the results of the Shiomi Festival. We'll need to prepare well and keep this going. After the library club's meeting, Kodachi and I are doing some casual info gathering at Takigawa's dorm.
人品ともに優れたお方のようで。
Sneeze. Can't find any flaws. The dorm leader bragged about Takigawa's insane popularity. Apparently she can be a bit stubborn, but she's also impartial, takes her job seriously, and can be reasoned with.
あんたら、滝川と選挙でやり合うんでしょ。ご愁傷様。
We'll make through somehow. We've just got our project started. We'll do all kinds of crafty tricks to get a leg up. Let's go back.
まだ滝川は帰ってきてないし、尾行しておかない？昨日何もないから今日何もないとは言えないし。
Kodachi looks me straight in the eye. That's right. She's serious about this. Sure, let's go. The trading went off without a hitch, but there was nothing to see. Mochizuki and Takigawa left the office building at 11 p.m., had a light conversation, then went back to their respective homes. That's all there is. There's always tomorrow.
黒柳め、見つけたらジンギスカンにしてやるわ。
He's not actually a... The sound of a ringtone reaches my ears. It's not the tone that signifies a new mail in your inbox. It's the normal ring of a phone. Isn't your phone ringing, Kodachi?
あれ、そっちじゃないの？
No. Take a quick look around.
もしかして、あ
Maybe.
れかな？
Whoops, there's no one else around. In fact, there's only one suspicious item around us. A public telephone. It's not one of those that comes with its own booth either. It's a tiny one meant for emergencies.
公衆電話ってなるの？
They all should have a phone number assigned to them. They need to be tested to ensure that they work. But no one should be able to find out the number by normal means.
どうする？
If you think about it logically, it should be some maintenance workers running some tests, but
黒柳かもしれ
it
ない。
might be the black sheep. Our thoughts are one and the same. Our calls from our phone don't exactly go through the normal routes either. It wouldn't be a surprise for the black sheep to know the numbers of public telephones. And even if it is a maintenance worker, we can just give the excuse of picking it up because it was ringing. I'm picking it up.
Go, go.
Approach the phone and reach out for the receiver. Sweat starts to form from the nerves. Hello? My voice cracks as I answer the phone.
私を探しているようだな。
The words I didn't expect to emerge from the receiver. We hit the jackpot and it's giving me shivers. Are you the shepherd in contact with Takigawa?
その通り。私が黒柳だ。
I signal to Kodachi with my eyes. She gets close enough that we feel each other's breath so that we can both listen from the receiver. What proof do you have that it identifies you as the black sheep?
信じる信じないは君の自由だね。
I mean, we got a thumbnail now, I suppose.
ただ、私は電話をかけてあげている。ということを忘れないでいてほしい。
That's true, sorry. The last thing we need is for him to hang up on us. I'll be careful not to piss him off. Why'd you call me?
会いたがっていたのはそっちだろう。要件を聞こう。
That's a shepherd for you. He already knows all about us. Why are you giving Takigawa your support?
滝川君が優秀だからだ。彼女には ゆくゆくは国を背負う政治家になってもらう予定だ。
Something about his reasoning bugs me, but I can't put it in words yet. You don't seem like you're doing anything bad. In which case, why does Savon have his eyes on you?
なない？ああ、あのすかしたやつか。あいつは私のやり方が気に入らないんだ。
Can you elaborate further?
羊飼い予備生たる君たちにはぜひとも聞いてほしい。
Black Sheep takes a deep breath.
羊飼いは人間のあらゆる未来を知る立場にある。では、そんな我々に与えられた役割とは何か？
According to Savon, it would be to support the humans and guide them towards a better future.
人間を幸福な未来に導くこと。
Kodachi mutters.
その通り、人類に正しい道を示すことが私たちに課せられた使命だ。
The Black Sheep sounds normal so far. Then why is Savon antagonistic to you?
さて、こっちが教えてほしいくらいだ。
Is the Black Sheep playing the fool or does he really not know? He wants you to stop interfering with this academy, supposedly.
私は間違ったことをしていない。手を引く理由がないし、まだ目的を達していない。
手を引かせるのがこっちの仕事なんだけど。
Kodachi puts on a sharp
凄
tone.
んだところでどうにもならないぞ。君たちには私を見つけられないし、見つけたところで私を止めることはできない。最も野蛮で確実な方法ですら、羊飼いには通用しないのだからね。
そっか。不老不死だったか。
Burn the book. Does that work? Looks like being aggressive won't solve anything. You didn't answer my question from earlier. What exactly is your goal? Supporting Takigawa, all there is to it?
滝川君のサポートも目的ではあるが、より大きな目的のための手段でもある。
The Black Sheep begins to explain. In essence, Shumi Academy is full of talented students, but there aren't enough shepherds to give them individual support. That leads to many talented students falling through the cracks without proper guidance. The easy answer would be to increase the amount of shepherds, but circumstances prevent that from happening. He pored over the books of each student, trying to find the best way to prevent the loss of talent. After much research, he arrived at his conclusion, which would then become his goal. To turn Shiomi Academy into the most effective academy for nurturing the talents of its students. Basically, your ideals and Takigawa's ideals are one and the same. That's why I decided to give Takigawa your support.
誤解がないように言っておくが、彼女のためでもある。
That's all well and good, but your methods are going to end up expelling one of my friends.
高峰君だろう。
Yes, he's not the academic type, but he's still a good person. At the very least, I don't think he deserves to be kicked out of here. Right, Kodachi?
まあ、一応ね。
Work for me, will ya?
いきなり振らないでよ。別のこと考えてたんだから。
Kodachi and I scowl and glare at each other.
そういうがね、もっと羊飼いがいれば、彼も空手をやめなくて済んだんだ。
え？
羊飼いの数が限られている以上、どうしてもサポートに優先順位が出てしまう。手数が足りていれば、彼が運動をやめることはなかった。わかるかい？つまりは、高峰君のような事態を減らしたいんだよ。
It's like when a hospital doesn't have enough beds and doctors. The best case would be to care for all the patients, but the numbers don't allow it. No matter how bad it sounds, triages have to be performed. Even then, how to prioritize the patients comes into question. Should the most sick patient be given priority? Or the ones most important to society? Or should some patients even be abandoned as lost causes? Black Sheep has been tackling these very questions in his line of work, apparently. The system he created, his answer, definitely has strong foundations, leaving aside how he implemented it. I understand now. I believe you said earlier that you will not leave the academy as you feel you have not done anything wrong. This might sound methodical, but frame it in another way. If we can point out where your methods are going wrong, will you consider leaving?
私も誤った道は歩きたくない。君たちの意見が正しければ、むしろありがたく拝聴し、行動を修正する可能性はある。
The nuances or words imply that he doesn't think it'll happen, though. When we meet again?
公衆電話の下にメモがある。そこに電話を。では、貴重な意見が聞けることを期待しているよ。
The line cuts off. There we have it. I put the receiver back. I turn to the side and find myself inches away from Kodachi's face. Oh. We inadvertently stared at each other's eyes.
何よ。私の顔に文句あるの？
No. It's such a cute face. Of course I wouldn't have a problem with it. I have long eyelashes.
バカじゃないの？
She finally pulls away. My mind finally registers the floral-like scent wafting in the atmosphere. So something the guy would have, that's for sure.
やめてよね、そういうこと言うの。あんたの試験のためにならないわよ。
Are you trying to portray it as me having a thing for you?
違うわよ。とにかく、お互い何かあったらまずいでしょってこと。
She turns her head to the side in a huff.
はいはい、終わり終わり。
Then flaps her hand to end the topic.
黒ヤギの感想は？
Well, he sounds reasonable. He seems to have an idealistic outlook, and the things he says make sense.
私は結構共感できたかも。羊飼いはもっと先に立って人間を導いていくべきよ。
You won't be able to persuade the black sheep to pull back if you agree with his methods. She has an oh yeah look on her face. But that might not be a bad thing, actually. If I can convince you over to my side, then I might be able to do so for the black sheep too.
試金石にはなるかもね。そういや、メモがどうとか言ってなかったっけ？
Ah, he did. The public telephone is placed on a counter. I rustle my hand under it. The tips of my fingers brush against a piece of paper. I take it out to the open. There are several numbers written on it. It's a number for a landline phone. I guess this is linked to his phone.
コンタクトの方法が分かってよかったわ。
You should be able to find out more about the owner of this number too, no?
相手が羊飼いなら無理ね。私の携帯だってどっかの誰かのだし。
That's right. I did ask Kodachi to investigate that before, and it led to a dead end.
しかし携帯にかけてくりゃいいのに、なんで公衆電話使ったんだろう。
It's probably his way of telling us that he's watching us. He wouldn't be able to impress upon us that he knows what we're doing at all times otherwise. Though, who knows if he's watching us with a phone in one hand, or if he's really as omnipotent as he's trying to make out.
まあ、本物の羊飼いなら後者でしょうね。
I don't think anything good will come from questioning his authenticity.
そうね。接触できたのは向こうのサービスだし。
The black sheep's pretty noble, apparently. Although all shepherds are supposed to be upholders of good intentions. There are things that caught my attention about him, but there's no point in doubting him now. Anyway, we just need to think about how to convince the black sheep now.
そうね。じっくり考えましょう。黒ヤギを説得できれば、私もようやく羊飼いね。
Her eyes start to sparkle. She definitely wants this. As for me, nothing inside me is crying out to be a shepherd yet, but I don't need to decide until I pass the test. My own conclusion can wait. I'll help her out however I can for now. Ugh, talking very hard. September 9th. We're all at the club room after classes and making progress on our Shiomi Festival project. Actually, I talked about a dilemma before of what if someone wanted, I don't know, to become like a baseball player, and while they would become a good baseball player, but not really outstanding, like they would earn they would earn enough to make a living, and a comfortable living even. But if they were to be injured, and due to the injury be unable to continue playing baseball, they would become a politician that would go on to do great things. Would a shepherd cause the accident on purpose. Because the future is actually better for him if his dreams are basically shattered. But he goes on to do better things for the general public, basically. I have another kind of paradox like that. If you had to choose between it's similar to the old paradox of like the fork in the train tracks. Like on one hand, on one train track there's 4 people tied up, and the train is speeding down the tracks. However, you can turn the crank, causing it to go down another way where only 1 person is tied up. What would be like the ethical thing here? Like, would it be more ethical to sacrifice that 1 person instead of the 4 people? What if choosing to basically help one singular talented person that would go on to do extremely great things, like however, helping that one would basically deny 4 other talented people their futures, where sure the sum of their like each of them individually wouldn't like accomplish that much compared to the 1 person, but them together would basically accomplish like an equal amount. But because it's all spread out, it's not overall as much of an accomplishment as the singular person would have. Would a shepherd basically damn the group of talented people for the 1 talented person? Or would he go for the group of people and help them? We're all at the club room after classes and are making steady progress on our Shiomi Festival project.
タマモちゃん、遅いね。
Yeah, Sakura received a summons from the student council a couple of hours ago. They wanted to discuss the Shiomi Festival project proposal we submitted yesterday. Was there anything wrong with it?
皆さん、桜庭さんが戻ってくるまでちょっとこれを読んでもらえませんか？参加型謎解きゲームのシナリオ案です。
Kanosuke starts distributing pieces of A4 size paper. Actually, no. To A4 size paper to us.
早速できたんだ。すごい。
いや、思いついたこと並べただけなんで。
Kanosuke stays awkwardly humble.
私も読みましたが、結構楽しいです。
では、一つジャッジをお願いします。
Kanosuke instantly flops face down onto the table.
あんた、何やってんの？
恥ずかしくて読んでるところを見てられないんだろう。
Kanosuke makes a circle with her fingers, proving Takamiya correct. Let's give this a read-through. It's a murder mystery scenario, essentially. The story goes as such. There was once a girl who was a frequent visitor of the library. She had excellent grades and beautiful features. She gave off the air of a graceful bibliophile. Her presence stood out in the library. She proved immeasurably popular with the males. Then one day, after a typhoon had passed, the girl was found dead in the library. The corpse's wrists were slit. The cause of death was blood loss. The police determined her death to be a suicide, as there was a suicide note next to her body. However, on the same day that the police closed the case, rumors began to spread about a female ghost haunting the library. Some days later, a group of students, fascinated by the rumors, decided to sneak into the library at night as a test of courage. The moment they entered the library, the door slammed shut on them from behind and locks itself. The students start to panic when suddenly a female ghost appears before them. The students can only stare as the ghost slowly mouths her words. Find my killer. This is where the game starts. The participants of the game will play the role of the students. The ghost will guide them towards clues and pieces of evidence that will eventually pinpoint the true culprit. Oh.
いいんじゃない、いいんじゃない、いいんじゃない。
I like how the roles are switched. Kake is now female and the girls are all male. I wonder who murdered them.
すっごく先が気になるよ。カナ、きっと才能があるんだと思います。
The overall feedback is positive. My curiosity has been piqued too. It's great, Konosuke. Coming up with this in so little time is amazing.
いや、実は元ネタがありまして。
Konosuke lifts her face off at the table. She looks unexpectedly grave.
この話、実話なんです。え？この図書館であったことなの？はい。5年前のことです。そして、未だ犯人は捕まっておらず、
No.
少女 A はこの図書館をさまよっているんですよ。そんな。
Violence falls. Silence falls over the club room. And then, the room turns dark.
ほらそこに!
Konosuke points to an empty chair.
僕とインパ。
Fat cat spreads his legs open wide.
とんだ夢の国ね。
Everyone screams out for a completely different reason. A short moment of pandemonium. Konosuke wipes the sweat from her brow, almost as if she's done her duty.
お話は良かったと思うよ。話はね。では、桜庭さんに確認取ったら、これを進めてみますね。
Konosuke has a glowing smile on her face.
ただいま。
おかえり、たまごちゃん。
Sakuraba gives a slight acknowledging wave before weightlessly taking her seat.
どうしたんですか？
Sakuraba clasps her hands on top of the table.
鈴木がせっかく作ってくれたシナリオだが、日の目を見ることはなさそうだ。
Sakuraba quickly gets everyone's attention.
たまごちゃん、どういうこと？
企画に NG が出た。
Sakuraba takes out a stack of papers from her bag and tosses it onto the table. Top page has a red rejected stamp on it. No way.
こんな漫画みたいなハンコ売ってるのか。
That's your problem? Her attempt at a comedy routine just makes the silence that much more uncomfortable.
理由は何ですか？
Sakuraba's still annoyed, but her lips begin to move anyway. Sakuraba bangs her hand on the table, onto the table.
なぜ認められないんだ！
今年の潮見祭では、日頃の活動に基づいて発表してもらうことになりました。運動部はともかく、文化部にとってはいい機会だと思います。
では、私たちはどうしろと言うんだ？公開読書会でもやれというのか？それとも、図書部新聞でも配るか？バカバカしい。
あなたは図書部員よね。
Sakuraba had completely forgot what an actual library club is supposed to do.
ともかく、それでは客が集まらない。
発表するところに意義があるのだと思います。お客を集めるために日頃の活動をしているわけではないでしょ。
詭弁だ。
桜庭さん。
Takigawa speaks up from behind Mochizuki.
こちらに図書部設立時に提出された書類があります。活動内容の欄には、読書会や開放発行を通して読書文化を広めることとありますね。
Honest to God. Argument. We will take you personally into the world of a crime novel. Just dresses up as something like that. It would also create interest in crime novels. Technically, they can't say no then. I mean, they can say no, but if they're gonna say no to that, bullshit. Because what the fuck is student council supposed to do? Yes, we show you how we do a bunch of administrative work. That's it. That would be all they're allowed to do, since that's the work of the student council. So doing anything else, would show off the wrong kind of thing.
それがどうした？
大変素晴らしい理念だと思います。ですから、潮見祭でも胸を張って日頃の成果を発表してください。
今の図書部の活動は以前とは違う。
申請と異なる活動をしているなら、いろいろと考えることがありますが。
Takigawa shows a wide smile. That smile may be attractive to guys, but all Sakuraba can see is the smugness and provocation behind it. It's clear what Takigawa is trying to get at. The library club is not fulfilling its purpose as it is.
企画書の修正については月曜日の正午まで受け付けます。今日は企画書を持ち帰っていただいて、皆さんとじっくり相談してみてください。
Sakuraba wordlessly stands from her seat. The innate gracefulness in her actions emphasizes the beauty of her winding back and shapely legs. Mochizuki may be of the same gender, but even she can't help but be entranced for a moment. Student counts at the library club may be used to it, but for the unaware, Sakuraba's graceful movements take their breath away.
今までの私は白崎を支えるために活動してきた。生徒会選挙についてもまたしかりだ。だが今日で気が変わったよ。
Sakuraba stares straight at Takigawa. Sheer center of her Sakuraba. The sheer center of her Sakuraba's composed. The center of Sakuraba's composed eyes glow with light.
滝川、私はお前を生徒会長にしたくない。
それは威勢のいいことで。姫様。
失礼する。
いやー、華麗に喧嘩売ったな。
桜庭さん、素敵です。かっこいいです。
そう言ってくれるのはありがたいが、反省している。私の発言でさらに審査が厳しくなったら申し訳が立たない。
Once again, experience the world of a crime novel yourself. That should work. There should be no problem with that. She takes a lengthy sip of the tea in her cup. It's almost as if she's gnawing away at the rim in a mix of embarrassment and regret. Don't take it so hard. I'd have said the same thing if I were in your shoes.
ありがとう。気が楽になるよ。
Sakuraba shows me a smile. The first year's release exaggerated coughs.
まあなんだ。要は図書部っぽい企画にすればいいんだろ。
向こうの要求はそうだ。
地味すぎます。図書部らしいことしたってお客なんか呼べませんよ。
Kanaska apologized to all the library clubs in the world.
じゃあ、公開読書会をしますか？
That's a different matter.
何なんだお前は。
We're getting off track. Anyway, we need to think of something that's befitting of a library club while still attracting people. Just frame the project in a way that it would, make sense for a library club to do it. AKA letting the customer experience a crime novel firsthand, basically. Frame it as that. It's all about how you word it. But now it's just, okay, escape room. Escape room. Like, just phrase it like that and try it again like that. Everyone falls silent in thought. An hour or so has passed. No one can come up with a praiseworthy project. It already took several days to settle on an escape room. How am we supposed to think of a replacement so quickly?
Kodachi-san, 何か考えつかない?
The worn-out Shitozaki asks for advice. Kodachi, who had been reading a comic book in an isolated corner, replies with most of her face hidden by her book.
知らないわよ。あんたらの企画でしょ。頼みます、小立さん。いくらでも肩もみますから。
お願いします。
We all bow our heads.
ああ、もうめんどくさいわね。あれじゃない。全然別の案を考えるんじゃなくてさ、ちょっとひねるとか。要はイベントに参加した人が図書部っぽいなって思えばいいんでしょ。
Exactly! Kodachi! Thanks! They don't have to actually, they don't have to change shit because of the story. The story gives them the perfect, foundation to give it, a frame that makes it sound plausible for a library club to do it! My god! Kodachi puts the comic book back onto the bookshelf as he replies.
参加型謎解きゲームで図書部っぽいか。
We could tweak the scenario a bit. The story could be about the library club, or it could be written in a way that emphasizes the good points of libraries to people who seldom visit one.
なんかイメージ湧きませんね。
For example, a series of murders start occurring in the library because the victims show bad manners inside.
鬼か。いや、殺人鬼だから鬼なのは当たり前か。
Sakuraba neatly comes to a conclusion by
お
herself.
話の中で自然に図書部や図書館のことを知ってもらうんだね。
図書館のプラスになるなら図書委員会も応援できるかもね。委員長に一筆もらうとかさ。
それなら生徒会も文句言えません。
A faint light appears on the horizon.
ちょっと私の責任重大すぎやしませんか？
Yes! You already created a great scenario in just 2 days. Have faith in yourself.
カナは才能ある。平気。もっと熱くなって。
千里無責任。
私も手伝うから。
Kanosuke holds her head in her hands.
白崎、ここは役割分担を気にしている場合じゃないな。
締め切りまで全員でお話を考えようよ。もちろんメインはカナちゃんにお願いするね。カナちゃんが作ったお話をみんなで読ませてもらってどんどん意見を言っていくの。そしたら生徒会の人も納得できるものができるんじゃないかな。
Shizaki bestows a divine smile upon us.
お姉様。
Kanosuke raises her head.
でももし満足できるものができなかったら。
その時は
Shizaki steals a look at Takamine, then puts her hand to her chin and thought.
その時はまた別の方法を考えようよ。
And finishes with that smile.
ったくもうちょっとマシなこと言いなさいよ。
みんなでやってダメなら仕方ないです。
そりゃそうだけどさ。
Kodachi folds her arms in displeasure. And I don't think Shirazaki's reply means she's given up. She truly believes in our strength as a group. In her mind, if we can't do it, then no one can. And does that do, Kodachi?
そうね。
よし、方針が決まったな。企画書の締め切りは月曜の正午だ。念のため日曜の夜には完成版を作る目標でいこう。
結構キツキツだな。
Can't we spare a little more time? The burden on Kanosuke is too great.
いえ、日曜夜なんて甘っちょろい。甘すぎて甘すぎて甘じゃでかっぽれってくらいですよ。
Huh?
土曜の夜までに完成させましょう。
Kanosuke pumps her fist.
はあ？
What did you just declare? Has her creative spirit awakened inside her or something? Kizone, on the other hand, seems to know something we don't.
そうだったね。頑張ってみようか、たまもちゃん。
もちろんだ。
And everyone's agreeing. You don't have to work that hard.
何を言ってるんですか、筧さん。
Female Brigade, Kodachi being the exception, glares at me.
日曜日は買い物です。
Oh yeah, how was that? Oh, no. The library club's in danger. There's no time for messing around.
女はね、餌があった方が頑張れるんだよ。
How are all of you going to feel if we spend all Sunday crawling around and the student council shoots us down again one day later?
出ないようなものを土曜までに作ればいい。
Sakuraba grins widely. Even she's fallen for her internal female wiring.
乗せとけ。
Takamine whispers to my ear. He's got a point. This might be a good way to ride on. We have to motivation to spend everything on our scenario up to Saturday night. What we come up with might end up being pretty good. Alright. Okay. Finish up on Saturday and then let ourselves loose on Sunday.
任せて、筧くん。
Four girls start to huddle together, with Shirazaki, the organizer. As the organizer, probably. I can catch a few random words here and there, like truth and no attempts till we win.
じゃあみんな気合い入れていこう。
They're all as fired up as I've ever seen them.
いやー、筧も大変ね。
身がいくつあっても持たないね、こりゃ。
Behind my back, I can feel Kodachi and Takamine placing their hands on my shoulders. I don't need to turn around to see their warm, sympathetic smiles in my mind. Anything for the library club. Some situation may make me look a little clownish, but if it helps the library club as a whole, then I don't care. Whatever makes everyone happy. September 10th. Lunchtime! Enter the club room and find the 3 second years inside. They raise their eyes to acknowledge me for a moment before going back to reading their documents in hand. Why the first years?
かなちゃんの家で原稿書いてるんだって。
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, and I feel I need to share something really quick. Basically, during the break, I actually was texting texting with Soul because he sent me a message. Because basically, I told him that I think I may potentially like Saya more. It depends on what they're gonna do with her after story. Basically, he texted me like 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, apparently, saying, remember, even if you go to Hikari's route, Saya is Akito's first kiss. To which I just responded by saying, you are talking to someone whose first kiss was violently stolen by a girl he treated like a best buddy back in kindergarten. I don't give a shit about that. Which is actually the truth. Like, my kiss was actually stolen from me by a girl I basically was best friends with. I remember how it happened. It was actually, it was at her birthday party, and we were basically... The whole group that was invited to the birthday was in the basement, like basically doing some arts and crafts. We made these like little boxes and like painted them, glued some nice stuff onto them to make it look nicer. Basically, I wanted to really finish mine because I was already getting into it, and basically she waited for me to finish while everyone else already left. And like, my mother was already there to like pick me up, but she was waiting upstairs, and she was just waiting downstairs, waiting for me to finish, and I finally finished. So I stepped away from my box. Suddenly, I was flung to the ground. I didn't know what the fuck was happening, and suddenly I saw that basically she had pushed me down, was like holding down my arms and sitting on my stomach to prevent me from moving, and then like my hips to prevent me from moving. And proceeded to kiss me. The thing is, I had a stuffed nose then. And she kissed me for a solid minute or so. And I couldn't breathe. After that, I went upstairs, went home, and I stopped hanging out with her. Like, remember, that was back in kindergarten. Like, I was not really interested in girls back then. However, that sparked fear of girls I held until like 6th grade, and only until 6th grade, because in 6th grade I was put into a class where we were only 4 guys and 19 girls, so it was kind of like shock therapy. Like basically, I had to adapt to the circumstances, and that's the only reason why I'm basically no longer scared of girls. Like, that shit traumatized me. It did, however, also probably, like, awaken the interest in girls in me, because the next year, while I was running away from girls, I did trade in my second kiss. Basically, like, the problem was that me and my friend were constantly being chased by these 2 girls, each of them wanting to kiss one of us. I was also a third friend, but he was a fucking asshole that told the entire, like, I don't know how to call it, SPZ, I'm just calling it SPZ, like all the kids in SPZ to not hang out with me, which slowly but surely made everyone distance themselves from me, except like that one friend. That one friend actually started to stop hanging out with that other friend who told everyone to stop hanging out with me, which was very nice. Still appreciate him for that. So yeah, that other friend is an asshole, and basically, he wasn't being chased. So, yeah, I've got one up on him, apparently. But basically, there was these 2 girls, and they were both chasing me and my friend. Like, each of them wanted to kiss one of us. And the thing is, the girl that wanted to kiss me was on the same bus home with me. However, she was at least nice enough to not try anything on the bus. Until one day. Basically, she seated herself in front of me, and then said, "Hey, I know you're sick of running away from me every break. So I'm gonna offer this. I'm going to stop chasing after you. Like, if you kiss me, I'm going to stop chasing after you, and you get to touch my body." And me, back then, like, barely, like, 6 or 7 years old, I don't fucking remember how old I was back then, decided, fuck yes. And that's how I lost my second kiss. So yeah. So I don't know why I was so popular as a kid. I wish they would like it would have like kept going until now. Like, my god, I would probably have a lot more self-esteem if that was the case. But as it stands now, nothing. So yeah, you got to hear very awkward stories from my childhood. But yeah, I kind of like stumped him with by telling him that, like, I mean, like, Saya is still the least violent. like his response to that was he kind of was treated more like a best buddy, and then like emote. Also, Saya is like the least violent. To which I said, I'm the most scared of Saya, to be honest. Saya is the scariest, but not the most violent. The thing is, I'm more scared of Saya because she'd hit me where it hurts, probably. Like, she wouldn't, like, go in for the physical. She'd go in for the mental. That would fuck me up even more. Like, with Ikari, I can at least somewhat defend myself. Like, sure, I've only done like minimal self-defense training with judo and kung fu, but at least there's something. Like, I can handle that. Mental attacks, however, I'm not the most stable when it comes to mental states. Like, my mood can vary very quickly, very easily. Like, recently I had like a thumbnail that I was, like a video title that I was legitimately proud of. Somebody said it's bullshit. And I proceeded to feel bad until it's bad for the rest of the day. Granted, the rest of the day was like 1 or 2 hours. But still, I proceeded to feel like crap because somebody just said like, "Wow, Jesus Christ, that title sucks." So yeah, my mental state is not the most stable, I guess I could say. Like, I get down, like, I get down way too easily. Anyways, enough depressing shit.
修正案を作ってはメールで送ってくれている。全部目を通して意見をくれ。
Sakuraba flips through her own set of papers. I take a quick glance at them. There appears to be about 5 versions. 2 of them have already churned out this much.
徹夜に授業ぶっちだからな。こっちが昼休み入ったところで向こうは仮眠だってさ。
They've probably set their alarms to go off roughly when they expect us to be done. We can't waste our time. We can't waste time ourselves then. I get to work immediately. The bell signaling the end of lunchtime period rings, and no one cares.
たまもちゃん、次必修じゃなかったっけ？
そう、覚えてないな。
We're the older ones here. We can't let the young'uns show us up. Another 30 minutes pass by. We've all finished reading through the amended scripts. It's now time to pick through them carefully.
ひとまずはこんなところか。
Sakuraba finally stops taking the minutes. We've been discussing the strengths and weaknesses of each script, deciding which parts should stay and which parts should go. Our judging places importance on 2 points: the quality of the story and whether it's easily associated with library clubs. We won't ever get to the Shiomi Festival if we place all our eggs in one of the 2 baskets. We've even decided to ditch some scripts entirely, despite how hard they worked on them. I hope this won't dent their spirits. Shizaki and Sakuraba stare worriedly at the screen.
少し採点が辛すぎるかもしれないな。
いいのいいの。こういうのはスパルタなくらいで。
褒められて伸びるタイプだったらどうすんのよ。
Kodachi interjects into our conversation. I think it'll be fine. Kanosuke leans more towards the masochistic side. If anything, the more you praise her, the more unreliable she gets. As for Misono, her music training has probably gotten her used to criticism. It should be fine to be direct and point out what's good and what's not.
ずいぶん詳しいんだね。
さすが筧大先生だ。
There's a teasing look in their eyes. You can easily see it just by looking at them.
つうても家計だって誰でも見るわけじゃないもんね。1年のことはどうしても気になるって言ってたじゃん。
I'm not playing along with your delusions anymore. Kodachi's stirring things up as
や
usual.
っぱり若さには勝てないんだね。
ちなみに私たちはどうなんだ？褒められて伸びるタイプかそうでないか。
Shirazaki counts, yeah. She's as masochistic as it gets, though. So it's better to give it to you straight. You're as masochistic as it gets, though. So it's better to give it to you straight.
ド M ってなんだ？私のどこがいじめられて喜ぶように見える？
Sakuraba blushes as she pouts.
今喜んでるじゃねえか。
The perfect example.
喜んでなんてそんな私は別に。
Her face grows even redder amidst her mutterings. The more she reacts like that, the more I want to tease her.
たまもちゃんに比べて私はさらっとしてるよね。褒められて伸びるってだけだ
Whoops.
し。
Shirazaki's getting huffy now.
まあ S でも M でもいいからさっさと1年に感想を送ってあげたら。
そうだな。
Sakuraba reverts back into series mode, then starts setting our feet back off. Another view.
かあな、起きてよ。
Suzuki's sound asleep in bed, and Misono's trying to shake her awake.
見てください。D カップになりました。
No, it's fine to dream, but don't let them go off into the realms of absolute impossibility.
本当に夢だからそれ。
Suzuki suddenly awakens from her slumber and sits up.
おはよう。なんか今すごく悲しいことがあった気がする。それより先輩から感想が返ってきたよ。なんですと？
Suzuki practically falls out of bed while trying to get to her
ズ
PC.
バリ書いてあるから心臓に注意。大丈夫。
Suzuki writhes in agony on her chair.
変態っぽいよ。
Despite her grumbles, Misono can easily empathize with Suzuki's current feelings.
対策を考えないと。6時くらいには新しいのを送らないとね。コーヒー入れてくる。任せた。
Suzuki ties her headband to her head with vigor. The words on it read, "Honor in death." Huh. Another UN? That was fast. I excused myself out of the club room while waiting for Kanosuke's reply. Someone sent me an email wanting to meet, and who am I to refuse? I leave the library and start looking for the person in question. Ah, there we go. Good afternoon.
筧くん、突然メールしてごめんなさい。
Mochizuki smiles when she notices my presence. She stands tall and proper, as if defying the fierce rays of the sun. That says all you need to know about her personality. It's fine, what's the matter?
暑いから元気かと思って。
I tried to look into her eyes, but she quickly turns away. This looks like a difficult topic. Shall we look for some shade?
そうね。
We go into the shade under a nearby tree. I hand her a drink I bought from a vending machine on the way.
お金
It's fine. Considered my treat for all you've done for us.
ありがとう。
She takes a sip from the bottle and then lowers her head.
どう？新しい企画はできそう？
We're trying our best.
そう。
The words sound like a
ど
sigh.
の面下げて言うんだって思うかもしれないけど、いい企画が出てくることを願っています。
The student council put the kibosh on our project to begin with. Which means... Was it Takikawa who decided to reject our previous proposal?
ええ。塩見祭については あの子に任せると決めていたの。でも彼女の監督責任は私にあるわ。行き過ぎは止めなくてはと思うんだけど、止めたら彼女は成長できないと思う自分もいるのよ。結局うまく線引きができなくて、こうして言い訳をしに来ました。
She looks downhearted. I've never seen her like this before.
図書部の皆さんから見れば、うちわの話はどうでもいいから滝川を止めろって思うでしょうね。
Pretty much. None of us would care or care about how the student council wants to groom their own members. But you're actually helping us out in a way.
どういうこと？
We've only found out about Takigawa's intentions when you decided to give her this probationary period. She would have had a walkover in the elections if you had just let things be. She'd then have enacted her plan without any warning whatsoever, and get Takamine kicked out without a fight. It'd have been the worst possible outcome. But you did give her this probationary period, and haven't shackled her well enough. It's given us the chance we need to take her down.
素晴らしい発想の転換ね。
She looks shocked at my viewpoint.
でもありがとう。
Her smile looks more relaxed now. The probationary period is also a good thing for the academy as a whole now.
あの子が生徒会長にふさわしくない前提になってるけれど、
I do think her qualities are insufficient when compared to yours.
誰だって初めはそう。いろいろな経験をして求められる姿に折り合いをつけていくものよ。生徒会長は生徒の利益を守るための存在なのだから、期待から大きく外れることは許されないしね。一番上にいるようだけど、本質的には生徒の奉仕者ね。
A servant, eh? I've been hearing that term a lot recently. I do hope Takigawa succeeds your ideals.
そう願いたいわ。
Her sudden expression shows that she's not expecting much. We've got a bit of talk big, actually. You don't have to worry about us in the library club. We'll welcome any more flaws of hers that you can expose.
じゃあ、せいぜいボロを出さないよう注意するわ。
She puts her hand to her lips as she chuckles. Looks like she's cheered up a bit.
謝りに来たのに、なんだか慰められてしまったわね。
It's nothing. I didn't actually mean to console her. Are my nice guy instincts kicking in? Nah, probably not. Just can't will myself to be forceful to others, I think. I don't have to fear violence due to other people's mood swings anymore, yet I still can't bring myself to do it. It's ingrained into me by now, I suppose.
今日は時間を取ってもらってありがとう。次の企画書、楽しみにしているわ。
It would be nice if you exercised some discretion when judging our entry.
あら、このお茶は賄賂だったのね。感心しないわ。
She swings the bottle mischievously before my eyes. Busted!
冗談よ。それじゃ。
Her figure grows smaller in the distance. She has her own ideals on what she wants the academy to be, surely. But her own ideals and happiness, and the happiness of the students, are different matters. How does she compromise when a situation creates a gap between the two ideals? Fittingly enough, Takigawa once mentioned that people always lean towards the easier path if you let them. That applies to those with influence and authority too. For them, prioritizing their ideals is certainly the easier path. Someone like her would kick out all the unmotivated students and create an academy solely based on talent. But who would she be doing it for? That's what she truly needs to consider. Saturday night, 8:37 p.m.
終わった。燃え尽きました。
Someone texts me, and that annoys me because my Discord starts flashing down in the corner. Anyways, Kodachi and Misono clasp their hands as they slump over onto the table. They've been stuck in a loop of submitting a script, receiving the feedback, and then editing the script. The whole process occurred 4 times already, and now they're finally gotten the skeleton of a workable scenario done.
素晴らしい働きだったぞ、二人とも。
なんだかもう感動してきちゃっ
Chizuki's on the verge of tears.
た。褒めるならカナを褒めてください。
いやー、千里のサポートあってこそです。
二人ともほとんど寝てないんだろ。今日は帰って休んだ方がいいぞ。
申請書は私たちが作っておく。
いえ、最後までいますよ。だいたいあんたら二人寝不足で仕事できないじゃんか。それを言われると。
I understand how Kanosuke feels, but she's done enough. You're going shopping tomorrow, remember? You better get some rest already, or you won't wake up in time.
そうそう。ここで帰ったら明日は家計がご飯をおごってくれるって。
First years instantly stand up.
ではお疲れ様でした。
お先に失礼します。
They vanish quicker than the speed of light.
家計、みっともないことは言うなよ。先輩の度量だろ。
I know. I probably wouldn't have gone back without such encouragement. Sorry, I mean, encouragement.
さて、あとは私たちの仕事だな。
Hold on, they're really so reliable. There we go, I forgot that line. Time to give our project proposal a complete rework. We've already been rejected by a student council once. We'll have to give them the full write-up now. The scenario created by the first years will go to waste, but we don't expect it well. But if we don't explain it well, there we go. In the worst case scenario, we may even get rejected for the second time. It all comes down to how much our project relates to the library club, and in turn, how will we sell that point to the student council.
じゃあ最初にアピールしたいポイントを上げていこっか。
Shizaki wipes the whiteboard clean and gets ready with a marker in hand. We submitted our revised project proposal for the Shiomi Festival to the Student Council at 10 p.m. The results will be released on Monday. For now, we've done all we can. We all left for home after. Once I got back, I took a bath and collapsed instantly into bed. A voice from the still switched-on TV keeps me teetering on the border of consciousness and sleep. The voice on the TV utters a certain word. A word that pushes me firmly into the land of the conscious. Father. My father, who was so unimportant that I don't even remember his name and face. Where is he now? What is he doing? What kind of man is he really? Ah, yes. An image of my father emerges from the sea of my memory, like a submerged rock poking out of the water at low tide. His hazy face stares at me as he mouths the words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's what I remember the most. Those were the words he never stopped saying. What are you apologizing for? I direct my question to the figure shrouded in mist. He doesn't answer my question. He just keeps saying I'm sorry like a broken record. Is that the only thing you know how to say? I'm sorry. You're not. I'm sorry. If you're going to apologize, then at least show some sign of reforming yourself! My emotions for my outburst bounce around inside me like pinwheels. Even I know I don't normally get that way. It usually takes a lot more to irritate me. I close my eyelids and banish the emotions inside me. I'm going shopping with everyone tomorrow. I need to get some shut-eye. September 12th. The chippy voice of a talk show presenter awakens me from my slumber. The time at the top of the screen reads 2:36 p.m. We're supposed to meet at 2 p.m. I'm screwed. I look at my phone in a panic. The screen flashes with received email messages. They're from Shitasaki, Sakuraba, Misono, and Kanosuke, in that order. The subject of the email are all exactly one letter, and none of them have anything in the message body. From top to bottom, Edel? No point in messing around when there's no one around to retort. Reading them in order of when they were sent gets late. I better get going before they kill me. I'm dashing out of the bathroom when the intercom rings. I guess at this time. Must be Kodachi. Still have time to change. I still have to change. I better get rid of her fast. Kodachi, I'm kinda... Beyond the door lies the 4 females of the library club.
小立です。小立です。小立です。小立です。
I know I'm late, I'm sorry.
お邪魔します。お邪魔します。お邪魔します。お邪魔します。
Wait. They barged into my apartment before I can raise on the projection.
はあ、ここが筧くんの部屋か。
There's a scene I saw in the anime. They use a different excuse. He read and didn't wake up in time and kind of forgot about the date thing. There were 4 girls marveling at my apartment in their casual wear. That sight alone makes this as strange a day as it gets.
では諸君、これからこの部屋で参加型謎解きゲームの予行練習をする。それぞれキーアイテムとおぼしきものを見つけて私に報告するように。
The other 3 reply with enthusiasm. Wait a second! You're just rooting through my place!
ダメか？
You can't!
遅刻はよくて家探しはダメか？
What can I say to that?
冗談だよ。家探しなんてしないって。知らない方がいいこともありますから。
At least they're understanding.
出た！出ましたよ！
Well, some of them are at least.
来ましたよ！国士舘殺人事件にドグラマグラに虚無への供物。ああ、誰もが通る道です。
Those are the big 3 of mystery and crime fiction. That's right, I forgot. Kanosuke is actually quite the bookworm. Yeah, you just feel obligated to give them a try at least once.
わかりますわかります。あー、台所ガスが一口しかない。ここでちゃんと料理できるかな。する気満々なのはどういうことですか？
クローゼットは割と片付いているな。
The other 3 begin their surveillance while I'm lost in our book conversation.
筧、本は本棚にしまうものだぞ。
Isn't it obvious how stuffed the shelves are already?
こういうのは落ち着かない。整然と並んでいるべきものだ。
You don't live here, you know?
そうとも限らないだろ。
What?
いや、住むわけないな。何を言っているんだ私は。
Sakuraba starts banging her head at a corner of the apartment. He's going to disturb the neighbors.
筧くん、スポンジってこれでいいのかな？
I look in the other direction and see Shidazaki standing at the sink. I don't see why not, but what are you using it for?
洗い物が残ってたから気になっちゃって。
Oh, no, it's fine. We're going shopping, aren't we?
すぐ終わるから大丈夫。
Shidazaki starts before I can protest any further.
飲み物とアイス買ってきたんで冷蔵庫を借りますね。
He sort of opened my fridge without any restraint whatsoever. What exactly are they doing here?
筧、壁ゴンゴンうるさいわ。
Kodachi barges in.
うわ、大人数。って桜庭、壁に頭突きすんのやめなさいよ。っていうか、あんたらはなんで図書館でも家でもうるさいのよ。
Let us get a word in, won't you? Another boisterous one joins in. It's not exactly a case of when it rains, it pours, but this is still a terrible day.
ああ、小立か。こんにちは、小立さん。
Library club folks start to assemble.
本当にお隣さんだったんですね。疑ってたの？なんとなく。残念でしたね。本当にお隣さんでした。
Kodachi doesn't look too comfortable.
で、あんたらは何？家に押しかけてアピール合戦？先輩方はそうみたいです。
Kanosuke glanced at Shizaki and Sakuraba with a grin.
アピールなんかしてないよ。ただ、洗い物があったから。
そうだぞ。私のどこがアピールしていたんだ。
同居オーラが出てました。それに、さりげなく本なんか片付けてましたよね。
They're putting Shizaki and Sakuraba through the ringer. Now then, what did I do? Don't rock the boat, apparently. I'll be playing favorites if I pick a side. Equality for all is the best way to go. You're supposed to go shopping today, aren't we? Let's get going already.
いや、筧が遅刻したからここまで来たんだが。
事実関係はご理解いただいてますか？
Yes. Yep, that'll do. Let them focus all their hate on me. That'll settle things nicely.
買い物私も行く。
Hold it. I grab Kodachi's arm.
何よ、邪魔してほしくないってわけ？
You only want to come along to keep adding fuel to the fire, right?
今まで煽ってたみたいな言い方しないでよ。
Oh, no, 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 no.
かけい。その話はまた今度。
She purposefully voiced that line out loud. Stare. I can feel the female brigade staring daggers at my back. You're terrible.
じゃ、準備してくるから。
Kodachi brushes my hand off, then leaves my apartment. I just want some peace. 30 minutes later, I'm walking down the shopping district with 5 girls all around me. It was already embarrassing enough. I wanted to buy clothes, right?
この先にパステルパブリックってお店があるんだ。おう、PP は私も行きます。たまもちゃんはどこかお気に入りのお店ってある？こだわりはないな。いいところがあったら教えてくれ。
It's kind of warm down here.
桜庭さんの感じだとどこがいいかな。可愛い系に挑戦してみます？
私が鈴木みたいな服を着たら即通報される。そうかな。意外と似合ったりして。
Girls start blooming when they talk about fashion in shops. I know better than to try and butt in.
ねえかけい、お店の名前ってわかる？
Not even one.
だよね。私も全然。羊飼いやってると俗世間に興味がなくなるんだよね。あっちの世界のことっていうか、自分に関係ない世界のことみたいに思えてくるの。
Huh. That's probably the same way I feel about the imaginary world where I'm dating someone. In that case, maybe we have even more in common. But you can still enjoy yourself when you actually enter a store, right?
できるけどさ、自分が混じっちゃいけない感じがしてさ、人をサポート対象としか見なくなっちゃうのかも。職業病よね。
That does sound kind of similar to my case. I took so much abuse from relatives when I was a kid. I was a lone sheep amongst a pack of wolves. There was no chance of prevailing against such numbers and strength. All I could do was to learn about them and make them happy. That was all that would prevent me from being their prey. That's how I ended up seeing the people around me as entities to be observed. That trauma from my childhood has stayed with me throughout my life. Part of me inside still can't trust others. I'm no longer living amongst wolves, but I can't stop myself from maintaining my distance. It's like there's a voice constantly whispering in my ear that I don't belong in this world. Just like a vampire walking around in broad daylight. I know how that feels. We're actually pretty similar.
同じ商売目指そうって言うんだから、似てて当然じゃない？
Kodachi shows me a little grin. I recall what she said to me when I asked her about the shepherd tests. The cold shiver I got when she told me I passed because I had no girlfriend or best friends still lingers in my memory. She dug out the distrust for others I had deep inside and laid it bare for me to see. That's wrong. I've changed myself since I changed since I met everyone in the library club. At the very least, I'm a true human now.
かけいくん、何難しい顔してるの？
I come to my senses and find the rest staring at me. No, it's nothing.
嘘。みんなの私服を凝視してたじゃん。
I wasn't.
投資の練習でもしてたんですか？さすが筧先輩ですね。驚きです。
Oops. Misono's icy stare pierces right through me.
男だから仕方ないかもしれないが、ほどほどに。
There's nothing to understand to begin with. Anyway, have you decided which store to go to?
決まらないから全部行くことにしたの。
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How long is that going to take? There's going to be one tough day.
ほーら、筧さん、行きますよ。
Kanazuka clings on to my right sleeve. Shizaki's whisper reaches my ear as she hastily shuffles beside me. She then wordlessly grabs onto my left sleeve. That's too heavy.
どうして？
続きもわからないです。女の子が重いなんて都市伝説です。
They look clueless, and it's definitely an act. I believe in urban legends, I'm afraid. That's enough. I pull my arms away from them. We don't have much time, let's get going.
遅刻したの筧先輩ですけどね。珍しく意見があったな。
Yeah, my bad. I hurry them along as if they, even as they mutter to themselves all the way. I turn around to see Kodachi hanging behind. There's a desolate look on her face. Maybe she thinks she doesn't belong to this pack of library club members. Kodachi, come on! She breaks into a little jog until she lines up beside me. Sorry for leaving you out of the fun.
バーカ、そういう気遣いしないでよ。
She jabs her finger into my side. Ugh. My arm swings out in reflex. Really? The thing is, when you like get poked in the side, don't you like just kind of like crumple up more instead of like, ugh. Like that's not something that happens. Like you don't go like, ugh. When someone does that, you just kind of like, where's that horse? Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. There we go, that's the one, I think. Hold on. No, that's not just that one. Hold on. This, basically. Isn't that like more what you do when you like get poked in the side like that? My arm swings out in reflex and ends up in Kodachi's cleavage.
What?
Oh, sorry.
こっちこそ。
You quickly look away. Shall we go?
だね。置いてかれちゃう。
Another view, Kodachi.
しかし、生徒会から手を引かせるため。
My weekly status report isn't going well. I've done it all the time, but for some reason I can't focus on it today. Maybe I'm not in the best of conditions. Or maybe I don't have enough sugar inside me.
なんだろ
There isn't anything that's distracting me at the moment. But I still can't settle down. My body keeps fidgeting as if it's telling me that it hasn't had enough exercise. What's all this about, really? A dull sound emanates from Kake's apartment. Another mountain of books just gave way again, probably.
う。うっさいぞ
I rap on the wall. He does the same in
ー。
return.
なんじゃこりゃ。
A full-blooded punch. But it comes right back at me again.
うっさいのそっちでしょ。
3 consecutive knocks finally quietens him down. Ha ha ha! Victory is mine!
ガキか。
I return to my senses. I can't be playing around like a kid when there's an important report to write.
仕事仕事。
No more horsing around with Kake. Time to finish off this report. Return to the piece of paper I was writing on with a sigh. Huh? Why do I feel a lot more relaxed now? That unsettling feeling seems to have went away with my sigh. I think I'll be able to focus now. Alright, time to get to stone while I'm in the groove. Like, seriously, my guess is either that the only route where he actually becomes a shepherd is basically failed route where you end up with nobody. If that even exists, that is. Or somehow the rules are like bended for them since they're both becoming shepherds. And since, you know, both parties are immortal, there's not really any kind of use in abusing their power for the sake of the other, since, you know, they can just do that themselves. And even then, like, they can't even do that because they don't have books anymore, so I feel it wouldn't be really that much of a problem for a shepherd to love a shepherd. I'm reading on my way to the academy as usual. It's September, but the weather's still warm as ever. The beads of sweat from my fingers dampen my book's pages as I flip them. It's a tough season for a library club member. I'm just about to look up at the sun in resentment when my phone vibrates. It's an email from Sakuraba. I quickly open it and read it. Oh. A voice comes out on its own. The email was sent to inform us that student council has accepted our revised project proposal. Everyone's hard work has gone to waste. Blah, blah. We've only gotten past the initial stages, but at least we've got our chance. At least we've got our chance now. Shiomi Festival begins in 10 days. We'll have to give it our all to push the preparations forward.
Ohayo, Kakei-kun.
A voice calls out to me as I pass through the main gate of the academy. It's a soft, cloud-like voice, yet I still manage to hear it through the morning hustle and bustle. Almost as if the voice is reaching me from another dimension. I scan all over my surroundings and find the voice's owner sitting at a distant bench. Wearing a jacket in this weather definitely makes him stand out. And that's right, shepherds don't feel heat. Good morning, Savon.
Ohayo. Yoi tenki da ne.
Bullshit! It's hot enough for normal humans to feel like they're melting, actually.
Otto. Kore wa shitsurei.
Like you're taunting me! He apologizes.
時間が許すなら少し話をしないかい?
I can spare about 20 or 30 minutes. I take a seat next to him as I answer his questions.
先日小立君から報告書が上がってきてね.
His words trail off. His gaze is focused on the swarm of students entering the academy.
黒柳から課題を出されたらしいね.
Yes, it has gotten quite troublesome. Is there anything you can do about it? He stares in the distance with a complex look on his face. I've apparently asked for something difficult to provide.
捕まえようとしても逃げてしまうだろうし。羊飼いは物理的には消せないからな。黒柳が課題を出してきたのはむしろ幸運だと思っているんだよ。いい答えを返せば手を引いてくれるわけだからね。
In that case, can we count on your assistance in coming up with a compelling argument?
黒柳のことは小立君に任せているんだ。小立君がアドバイスを求めるなら答えるよ。
That's how he's playing this, huh? Kodachi thinks this whole black sheep case is her test to become a shepherd. He's not going to ask for help. What if we don't handle the matter well and it blows up into a bigger incident?
一応そうなる前には手助けをするつもりだよ。頼りなく見えるかもしれないけれど、私も遊んでいるわけではないからね。
Oh, don't worry, I assure you. You do look like the type of person that, in his younger years, used to, you know, erase problems. He turns to me with a simple smile.
だから安心して問題に取り組んでほしい。
In other words, this black sheep problem is no big deal to him. It's something he can handle anytime he wants. He figured it'd make for a decent test.
そういえば。
He turns away from me and stares straight ahead again. He turns to speak even though there's no one there.
小立君と合同で仕事をしたらしいね。報告書に筧君がいなかったら失敗していたと書いてあったよ。
Kodachi must be talking about the Urashino incident. It wasn't intentional, I just happened to get a glimpse of the future.
以前、小立君の未来も見たことがあったそうだね。どうだった？
I was back before Junifest, I believe. It was all white, like arriving at a blank page in the book.
へえ。
He turns to me once again.
筧君の能力は想像していたよりずっと強いみたいだね。
What do you mean?
羊飼いは自分の本がないって話は聞いたかい？
Yes, I believe that's why they don't last long in other people's memories, correct?
そう。羊飼いになるときに 自分の本を消すんだ。なら論理上小立君の未来は見えるはずがない。でも君には真っ白な未来が見えた。
Yeah. Wait, that sounds a little odd. If you put two and two together, then, what happens if Kodachi fails a test?
そこだね。
Another smile.
小立君はまだ仮免許だ。つまり試験に落ちる可能性がある。
Therefore, she still has her book.
その時人間に戻れないのは困るし、かといって記憶が残る状態では羊飼いの仕事に支障が出る。それでは困るから仮免許の間は特別に本をないことにしているんだ。
Huh. How does that work?
本棚から出して金庫にしまっているイメージかな。ところが筧君は金庫の中に本があることを見抜いた。さすがに中身は読めなかったみたいだけど。
Wait, does that mean his own book is also in that vault now?
これだけの能力を持っているってことは羊飼いの素質が高いということだと思うよ。
Praise is always nice, but in this case, it doesn't get me very excited. Have you told Kodachi that her book still exists?
いや、試験に落ちた時に伝えるつもりなんだ。
Doesn't that mean that to her, it's basically, oh fuck, my book is already gone. So should I fail, since I don't have a book anymore, wouldn't that mean I would stop existing? So to her, in her mind, finishing passing the test could potentially be a matter of life or death. In her head. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. I doubt Kodachi would be happy to know that anyway.
はあ？私試験に落ちるつもりないから。むしろそんな逃げ道みたいなのがあるってのが気に入らない。
I can hear her words in my mind already.
小立君のこと、これからもよろしく頼むよ。
She's the more experienced one, you know.
知識的な面ではね。でも彼女が羊飼いになるにはきっと筧君のサポートが必要になると思うんだ。
Is that written in her book?
ノーコメントだよ。ともかく小立君や君と一緒に仕事ができる日を楽しみにしているよ。
Yeah. I just relied on instinct. Do I actually want to become a shepherd? Think I've gotten a decent grasp on what shepherds are now, and I've seen what they do on a day-to-day basis. It would require me to throw my lifestyle away and work for the benefit of mankind. Furthermore, the people who I help will eventually forget me. The benefits will remain, but the memories won't. It's basically taking volunteering to an extreme. It's certainly not a bad thing, but it feels a little sad all the same. I don't really know what to say about a way of life like that.
それじゃあ引き止めて悪かったね。また近いうちに会おう。
Okay, see you again. Say goodbye, then stand up and start to leave. Turn around after a few steps. He's still sitting at the bench. He's not exactly seeing me off. He's just watching calmly as the student streaming by. The expression on his face is a mixture of kindness and reconciliation, like you'd find on a statue of a saint. He looks so detached from reality. His entire existence seems so fleeting. Students walking past him may not even realize that he's sitting right there. According to Kodachi, shepherds don't have lifespans and don't get sick. They, and he, are basically no longer humans. I wonder what's going through his mind as he watches the students go by. He notices me staring at him and gives a little wave and smile in return. That's odd. There's a strange sensation coming from inside me, like a gigantic fish at the bottom of a lake slowly swinging its massive tail. What does this mean? Preparations for the Shiomi Festival have begun. The first years are working on the scenario of mysteries and how they're presented. The rest of us are doing PR, advertising, and getting the props we need together. Essentially, we're pretty much doing everything else. The first years need to focus entirely on creating the game itself. Everyone else is doing their best to support them by covering for everything else. Or it's supposed to be like that anyway.
では以上のチームで問題ないか？
あります。同じく。
First years pipe up almost instantly.
筧さんにはこっちのチームに入ってもらってシナリオを手伝ってほしいんです。筧先輩は読書家ですし、一番目が肥えてると思いますから。シナリオのチェックは必要な時に言ってくれればいつでもできると思うけど。いえ、アイディア出しとかそういうところからお願いしたいんです。
鈴木の言うこともわかるが、筧には広報関係の交渉に当たってもらいたいと思っているんだ。私たちにはタフなネゴシエーターが必要だ。
The atmosphere in the club room is tense.
さあ始まりました。解説の小立さん、どう見ますか？
何？
解説ギャラ分働いて。
ああ、うん。いやー、重要な局面ですね。筧がどっちにつくかで彼女たちのモチベーションも変わってきます。ぶっちゃけ潮見祭の結果はもちろん生徒会選挙の結果すら左右しかねませんよ。
さて注目される筧くんの去就ですが、
I'm not going to choose sides. It's at times like these where the club must be united. In that case, I'll help out both sides.
筧が大変だろ？
We can try it out first. If it starts being too much for me, we can think it over again. I'll put a positive spin on it first. That'll make it easy for them to accept.
まあ、そういうことなら。ですね。
We'll go with that then. Quickly push the conversation along while everyone seems to agree.
小立さん、つまらない試合になりましたが、
まあ、誰にも行かないというのも一つの選択でしょうね。
Shut up already. Anyway, I'm now involved in both the creation of the scenario and the advertising of our project. I'm the one who proposed this, and I have to put in the effort to make it work. September 14th.
ねえ、ここの演出どうしよっか。実際に見ながら考えた方がいいと思う。
First year stand up.
調査に行ってきます。筧さん、よかったらお付き合いいただけませんか？
I've been summoned. Yeah, sure. Sakuraba can leave for a little while, right?
問題ない。
問題ないです。
I pretend not to notice Shizaki and Sakuraba's slight discontent to leave the club room with the first years. What do I need to do?
演出を考えたいんです。
Kanazuka briefs me on the current situation. Normal escape rooms involve wandering around the venue, solving the planet puzzles, and retrieving items in the process of achieving the main goal. In a library context, this would mean pasting the puzzles on bookshelves or walls. But they want a bigger twist from the standard. In other words, something that would emphasize the library aspect of our project. The library aspect, eh?
せっかく図書館でやるわけですから。
Basically have the entire library dark, or at least like very dim lighting, and have these books, like prepare these books with the actual riddles in them, and have like just the backs of them in fluorescent paint, and I put them in the bookshelves. I feel like that would be very interesting. That was Misono's line. They've been racking their brains at the classroom, but it certainly sounds more effective to look around the library for inspiration instead. Let's have a look around.
了解です。
The three of us start to wander around the library. The library is the pride of Yomi Academy. It has 8 total floors. The ground floor, 3 floors above, and 4 floors below. It's not obvious for those who just travel between the entrance and the club room, but it actually takes a while to go through the whole library. 15 minutes pass. We've barely gotten through a single floor.
しかし広いね。むちゃくちゃですわ。図書館を全部歩き回ると疲れるし時間もかかるね。
But it'll be a good way to lose weight.
筧さん、暗に太ってるって言ってます？
I didn't say that.
エリアを絞ろっか。でももったいないかな。
Maybe we can save the basement floors for the climax, or separate the floors by the scene. Depending on how the scenario goes, we could also limit the game to certain floors only.
なるほど。
Kanosuke falls deep into thought with the head of her ballpoint pen in her mouth. She then starts scribbling on her notepad.
もうちょっと回ってみましょう。
Misono takes the lead and takes a corner into a corridor lined by bookshelves and lets out a little gasp.
どうしたの？
なんでもない。こっちは行かない方が。
Misono's words are hesitant.
なんであっちに何かあった？
Kanosuke pushes Misono to the side and pokes her head down the same corridor. Kanosuke goes back to face us with an uncomfortable look. What's up?
いえ、それが、
Misono's face goes red about a second. This is an unusual sight.
キスシーンが展開中です。
ちょっとカナ
Misono hurriedly covers Kanosuke's mouth. I hear panicked footsteps at the same time. They eventually fade into the distance. I suppose the couple ran off. Kanosuke, who's had her mouth covered the whole time, suddenly goes lifeless.
カナ
グッタリンコ。
Kanosuke collapses to the floor. You shouldn't have killed Kanosuke.
やりすぎました。
We stare at Kanosuke on the floor, silently, patiently.
正直、こういうネタの潰し方はどうかと思います。
The corpse speaks.
つまらない方が悪いよ。
戦利、厳しい。
Kanosuke mutters as she gets to her feet.
しかし、図書館でキスはやめてほしいですよね。
見ちゃった方が悪いことしたみたいだし。
I know what you mean. I've even heard of incidents that go beyond making out.
マジですか？だって、こう割と見通しいいじゃないですか。
You can find inconspicuous spots in the library if you look hard enough. They instantly turn to me.
筧さん、
体験談ですか？
ショックです。筧さんがそんな荒武者だったなんて。
You're wrong.
本当だったら完全無理です。
Misono's completely serious.
筧さんって彼女と街中でキスとか OK 派ですか？
気になります。
What about the two of you? I throw this question back at them what I think.
私は露骨なのは嫌ですね。でも去り際にとかその程度ならむしろ熱いかもしれません。
A grin forms on Kanosuke's face.
私はさりげなくても無理かな。びっくりして寿命縮むと思う。
データよ清純派。どうせ私は汚れですよ。
If you ask me, Konosuke fits the pure maiden type perfectly too.
で、筧さんは？
Yeah, we're apparently supposed to say it depends on the situation. That's not the game. That's OBS. Whoops. It depends on the situation, I suppose.
いや、そんなぬるい回答されても。
聞いてないです。
Such harsh reactions. I mean, it's true. Like, it depends on how many people are around. If, like, the focus of most people is somewhere else. Or, like, if there's something going on that would distract them from it. That kind of stuff. And, how deep the kiss goes. Like, never just, like, go full snake ritual in the middle of the fucking street. Like, if it's just a peck, it doesn't matter where it is. Honestly. Just a little peck is fine everywhere. And if anyone complains about that, they probably have never had any kind of, like, interaction with the opposite sex. So, anyways, well, I'd find out if I ever get a girlfriend. They turn back to me again. Their mouths stay closed, but their wavering eyes speak volumes. Could easily get swallowed into a single pair, but there are two pairs of them. Funny feeling hits me deep inside. Let's go around a bit more. I start trying to walk the feeling off, but something from behind slows my advance. I turn around and see the pair of them holding on to my shirt sleeves each. But what's up?
少し疲れたんで引っ張ってください。
体力ありませんから。
They stare straight into my eyes as the finisher. Let's go.
はーい。
Like his shirt's gonna look like it's a fucking tailcoat after they're done with him. We eventually return to the lobby.
やっぱり図書館といえばあの木だよね。
初めて見た時には驚いた。
They look up at the massive tree in the middle of the counter. I'm not surprised to see potted plants and such in the library, but a tree as gigantic as this one is a different matter altogether. It'd be nice if the tree can be included in the scenario, maybe as a motif or something. The pair nod in agreement. What else around here can we use? Look around, PCs line up on the counter catch my eye. It's essentially impossible to find the book you want in the huge library without help, but that's what the PCs are for. Visitors can use them to see if a book is available in the library, as well as its exact location. You can generate a map with a marker pinpointing the location of the book, and even send the map to your phone. The library can seem like a library at times, with each corridor looking the same as the last. If you're wondering why I'm holding it myself like that, my neck was starting to feel very cold from the fan, so I turned it off. Can we make use of the search PC somehow?
マル、なんかいけそうな気がしてきましたよ。
Kanosuke murmurs to herself as she jots down on her notepad.
どう？アイデアはたまった？
うん。今までのシナリオに新しいネタを混ぜ込んでみようと思う。
Kanosuke looks cheerful. I'm sure she's creating a great story in her head right now. Can I head back to the club room now?
はい、筧さん、ありがとうございました。あとは私たちで頑張ってみます。
Anytime. Hopefully I was of some help. Oh, my nose is itchy. Hold on. I can't wait to see what kind of scenario they'll come up with. Annoying. Say my goodbyes to the first years, then return to the club room.
おかえり。二人はどうだった？
Went pretty well, I think. They seem to have more ideas to work with now.
よかった。いいお話を作ってくれるといいね。
They're working well together. I think we can expect good things from them. Take my seat. Oh, where's Sakuraba?
宣伝の打ち合わせだって。もうすぐ帰ってくると思うけど。
Ah, I'm free now. Is there anything I can help with?
じゃあ、このチェックお願いしていいかな？
She hands me a list of 100 or so names and an equivalent number of envelopes with addresses already written on them. My job is to confirm if the names on the envelopes tally with the list. We have a lot of these boring jobs piled up for our project, and someone got to do it. All these addresses are handwritten, huh?
その方が誠意が伝わるからって、たまもちゃんが書いてくれたの。
Her handwriting is gorgeous.
たまもちゃんは自分では言わないけど何でもできる人なの。書道も茶道も華道も日舞もお琴も全部叩き込まれたんだって。
Not to mention catching on to double entendres quickly. What an amazing princess.
うんうん。で、それは姫と関係ないと思うけど。
We carry on working through our conversation. Did they really? No. Whoops, they just did a thing. If you want to know what thing they did, well, Erika Sendo, a character from Fortune Arterial, the August game that I actually would fucking adore if it finally got an English translation. And if you go ahead and say that, hey, it says Chu translation. No. Dispatch asks translation for the common route, Kiriya route, and Kana route, Shido route at the bad end. Dispatch is tested to work on the original version of the game. It's not complete. So, can't really play it, sadly. Like, I would jump at the chance to play Fortune Arterial, just because I absolutely adored the anime and the manga for it. And I think it would be amazing. Also, first off, look at that handsome lad up there. Second off, look at that absolutely adorable bundle of sunshine there. She's best girl, if you're curious. Yeah. Like, there's even like 5 routes, apparently. Especially with main routes again. He's an ass. He's an amazing asshole. Anyways, Fortune Arterial. I'd love for that to finally be translated, but you know, sadly. Actually, is it called Hitsujikai Academy? I don't remember. Hold on, let me look. Hold on, why did I press that when it's like right there? Oh, because it doesn't work. I forgot. No. I had that. Anyways, there we go. Fortune Arterial. Let's see. Hasakura Kohei transfers into Hitsujikai Academy, a prestigious public school in the style of an English 6-year school encompassing junior high and high school students. The school is on an island named Tomatsu Island, offshore from mainland Japan, and the only way to get there is by boat. Soon after transferring, he discovers that Endo Irika, one of the students in the class next to his, is in fact a type of vampire. So yeah, so apparently these play in the same world, or something, or I don't fucking know. Anyways, Erika Sender, student council president of Hitsujikai Academy. Here it is. It's not student council president, it's vice president. Her brother is the president. I cross the name out on my list once I find her envelope, or I just misremember.
そういえば、2人で話すのって久しぶりだよね。
Now that you mention it, I think you're right.
最近は本読まなくて平気なの？
I don't do it when we're busy. And, well, yeah, I've gotten used to it by now.
よかった。
She sounds happy. As it lift up my head to look at her. She still has her own head down, concentrating on her work.
そりゃそうだよ。一緒にいるならお話ししたいもん。壁作られてる感じもするし。
Ah, sorry.
武井くんって4月から態度が全然変わらないもんね。
That's not true.
そうかな。私は結構心配してるよ。もしかして嫌われてるのかなって。
She lifts her head up. Our eyes meet. That's not possible. I drop my gaze back to my list of names.
本当に？
Really?
本当に本当？
I mean it. Though I might start disliking you if you're too persistent.
ごめんね。
Too shy boy.
Shut up, Giza. Shut up before I turn you into a shamisen. I intentionally make as threatening a noise as possible as I gather the counterchecked envelopes together. Shizaki got a paperclip.
クリップ？シャイな筧くんがクリップをご所望だよ。見つけちゃうぞ。ここかな？それともここかな？
She starts shuffling around the papers on the table. Is it possible for her to search quietly? A pair of scissors resting on a piece of paper drops to the floor. Whoops, look under the table. The pair of scissors came to stop near my feet. I'll just get on my knees and crawl on the table and, her face appears before my eyes. I wasn't the only person with that idea, apparently.
こんにちは。
Oh, hello there. Hello? You both look away awkwardly. Her skirt is so short it makes her panties easily visible. Keep looking away while reaching my hand out for the pair of scissors. At least her placing her hand on top of mine. Her chest starts to throb. She's doing this on purpose.
なんか漫画みたい。
Stuff like this actually happens, huh? The thing is, sure, mangas are a type of comic book, but by God, using comic book just feels wrong because comic book makes you think of Superman and shit, Batman, Iron Man, that kind of that kind of stuff, not manga. Did I read that? He turns back to me with an awkward smile. From this close, the lip gloss on her cherry-colored lips stands out captivatingly. Those charming lips slowly open.
筧くん。
ん？
最近女の子の様子が気にならない？
Like how we seem a lot closer than usual at the moment. I don't know.
筧くんは興味ないかな？
I can feel her hand pinning down my own hand with more force than before.
あんまりみんなに優しくしてると、きっといろいろ考えちゃうと思うよ。
I'll be more careful. I pick up the pair of scissors and offer it to her.
もう
She looks dissatisfied, but she takes the pair of scissors anyway.
ありがとう。
She giggles while still on her hands and feet.
なんだかかくれんぼしてるみたいだね。
Yeah?
筧くん、一つ聞いていいかな？
I don't mind, but can we continue this over the table?
そうじゃないんだけど、どうしてさっきから目をつむってるのかと思って。
Because I'd end up having a good view of your panties otherwise. She stands up in shock and slams her head on the table, on the underside of the table. Yeah, I really like a page from a comic book. To think there's someone who actually moons like that in real life.
ただいま。あれ、誰もいないのか？
And of course, Sakuraba arrives with incredible timing.
お前たち、机の下で何をしているんだ？
We're just playing grown-up hide and seek. I extract myself from under the table and pat my clothes down.
大人のかくれんぼって、お前、部室でなんでいやらしいことを。
Sakuraba unfolds her fan to hide her reddening face. Get your mind out of the gutter already. Sakuraba is always the first to think dirty.
頭ぶつけちゃった。
Shizaki emerges from under the table while rubbing her head.
筧くん、いきなりエッチなことを口にされるとびっくりするよ。
Apparently I'm to blame for letting Shizaki know that her panties weren't full view. And her phrasing feels tailored to make Sakuraba get the wrong idea. Again.
なるほど。筧とは少し話をしなくてはならないようだな。
I didn't do anything. I've so had enough of this. I'm currently enjoying Sakuraba's lecture. Shizaki ducked out of the club room part way through to let herself cool off.
本当に何もないんだな。
Nothing.
そうか。なら安心した。
Her expression softens. She doesn't let herself look so relaxed when the others are around. It makes her seem less like the library club's engine and more like a normal fellow student. How did the publicity meeting go?
予想以上に順調だよ。
Hold on.
ウェブニュースはもちろんだが、今まで図書部が依頼をこなしてきた人たちも協力してくれることになった。
That's great to hear. You're not overworking yourself, are you?
筧にはいつもそんなことを言われてる気がするよ。
Her wry smile forms on her lips.
そんなに仕事ばっかりの女に見えるか？
The smile turns a little sad, though there's still a little flush on to her cheeks. Seemed like someone who'd drive herself into a corner, actually.
さすがに筧は何でもお見通しだ。
Nah, I'm just guessing.
適当に言って正解ならなおさらだ。
Her smile remains, but it's growing steadily thinner. I sound a little self-important, huh? Sorry.
いや、こう言うと変に思われるかもしれないが、悪い気はしない。誰かに知られているというのは案外気持ちがいいものだな。
You really are a masochist, aren't you?
かもしれない。でも相手によるぞ。
She rests her chin in her hands and turns to
見
me.
抜かれて気持ちいいと感じるのはきっと家計にはかなわないと分かっているからだと思う。
You're overestimating me.
そう思うならそれでいい。
She glanced sideways at the clock.
あ、好き勝手喋ってしまってすまない。
Why am I doing this?
さて、そろそろ仕事に戻ろう。
She goes into serious mode and changes the atmosphere in an instant. First years are working hard. We can't let ourselves fall behind.
ああ、頑張ろう。
She gives me one final glance and opens up her laptop. September 15th! I think I'll go until 4 hours 30 minutes. Or potentially until the next choice. Anyways, 10 more days till the Yomi Festival. There are posters all over the academy, as well as the nearby train station and shopping district. The whole town has gotten into the festival mood. The Shiomi Festival is the biggest local event in the area, attracting tens of thousands of visitors every year. Shopping district's so fired up for the event that they've chartered special transport to fetch guests back and forth. From what I've heard, train station has also enacted Shiomi Festival shifts for their employees. The other train stations have even sent their own employees in support to handle the surging crowds. Meanwhile, in the academy, every club is forging ahead with their preparations. Officially, the 2 days before the start of the festivals are considered preparation days with no lesson schedules. However, a mere 2 days is nowhere near enough time for clubs who are aiming to create a major attraction. The members of those clubs are already skipping all their lessons and focusing on preparations. Even the clubs who aren't that invested will likely have come to the academy this weekend to work on their events. As for us, we're also picking up speed with our preparations. Sakuraba, Shidozaki, and Takamina are creating the flyers and designing the website to publicize our event. Misono and Kanosuke are working out the scenario and the direction. I'm the free hand as usual, helping out whoever needs it. I'll go speak to Urishino.
ああ、頼んだぞ。
My job today is to convince Urishino to help us out. I've already made an appointment with her. Are you coming too, Kodachi?
ごめん、忙しい。
She hastily takes some documents out from her bag to make herself look busy. Did I do anything to incur your wrath?
別にしてないから。
I'll be right back. Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough. I don't know why I said that. Anyways, I'm back. Yes, that's fine then. She still seems strange though. Maybe I'm thinking too much.
じゃあ私が代わりに。私も行こっかな。仕事があるぞ。かな、時間考えてね。
Shizaki and Kanosuke are stopped in their tracks by their minders. I'm off.
あ、嬉野さんに例の件よろしくお願いしますとお伝えください。言えばわかりますんで。
Okay. Oh, the background changed to nice starry sky. Head to the meeting place, one of the courtyards. Why aren't we meeting in the cafeteria, actually?
あ、筧くん、こっちです。
Regina waves at me with one hand while holding a flavored bun in the other. It's been a while. Actually, no, it hasn't.
ですね。前は散々な目に合わせてくれてありがとうございました。
Sorry about that. She must have been talking about that public confession. Come on, stupid ass hair. There we go. Thinking about it now gives me a headache. Couldn't say I was serious, but it'd have been way too rude to make it out as a joke. Again, I had to be vague and pass it off as some weird issue between Kodachi and I, along with lots of apologizing.
で、今日は相談があるってことでしたけど。
Yes, actually, I started talking about our PR campaign. We're only participating in this year's Yomi Festival to win the student council election. We need to establish a narrative in the public mind that the Yomi Festival's popularity poll is like a preview of the election. If we fail at that, getting first place in the polls won't help out the campaign much, and the other side has the vast advantage in trust and achievements. Molding the public opinion to our liking is going to be vital for us.
関係筋から事情は聞いていましたが、そういうことでしたか。
I know this is asking a lot, but can you help us out?
本当に厚かましいですね。私が何でもできると勘違いしていませんか？
She chews off a piece of her melon bread. There are things you can't do.
できますけどね。
Huh.
でも、あまりおすすめはしません。世論を形成した上で人気投票に負けたら厳しいことになりますよ。
We're all well aware. It's going to be a tough battle no matter what. We have to grab hold of any advantage we can.
心意気は買いますが、生徒会にはかなりの隠し玉があるらしいです。つまり、勝てる可能性が低いってことですね。
She sticks her index finger up. Crumples of her melon bread remain on her lips. What kind of face are we talking about?
よくわかっていませんが、どこかの団体に肩入れするつもりのようですね。
Do they know of our strategy already?
図書館を借りるときに事情を説明しているのでしょ？人の口に戸は立てられませんからね。ともかく、具体的なことはまだわかりませんが、聞くなら今のうちですよ。そもそもが高峰くんの問題なんですから、図書部が背負い込むことではないと思いますし。
Her round eyes stare at me. She's not the type to join in a half-hearted campaign. She's probably testing our resolve. We're well aware that our chances are slim, but we're not going to give up. Furthermore, Shidozaki isn't running the election just for Takamine. She doesn't agree with the Academy's trajectory towards a full-blown meritocracy.
なるほど。
She folds her arms for a second, then lets them fall to her side again.
面白ければ何でもいいですけどね。
Oh, really?
先行投資と考えれば悪くないですし、いいですよ。手伝いましょう。その代わり、あなたたちが選挙に勝った暁にはよろしくお願いします。
Of course, we'll do what we can to repay you.
結構です。仕込みは早い方がいいでしょうから、早速今夜にも始めます。
The look at her face makes me think that she's already prepared what she needed. But what she needs. She couldn't have predicted all this happening, could she?
お話はこれで終わりですか？
Oh yeah, thanks for sparing some time.
いえいえ、どういたしまして。
She bows while holding her bread in her mouth. By the way, why did you choose to meet in this courtyard?
他ならぬ筧くんからのご指名でしたからね。また学食でショッキングなことをされては困りますから、ここにしたんです。
I'm really sorry about that time, Kodachi, and I will make it up to you next time.
コダチ？どなたです？
The girl I was with back then, remember?
いえいえ、あの時は筧くん一人でしたよ。
She doesn't look like she's kidding. I doubt she's the forgetful type either. The reason comes to me in a flash. Everyone forgets about the shepherd after a short period of time passes. It's already been 2 weeks since the incident. Her memories of Kodachi have already disappeared. Sorry, my mistake. I don't know what I was thinking.
ですよね。変なこと言うからびっくりしました。
She looks a little huffy. Anyway, I'll make it up to you next time for sure.
ええ、10人分は食べてもらわないと埋め合わせになりませんからね。
It's going to be a one tough battle. Oh yeah. Kanosuke said that she's counting on you.
何のことでしょうか。
She forgot about that too. Kanosuke said you'd know.
冗談ですよ。ちゃんと準備してますから、心配しないように伝えてください。
Gotcha. We chatted a little longer before saying our goodbyes. I tried my best to be upbeat, but I can't get that bit about Kodachi out of my mind. She must still remain in people's memories. Even the rest of the library club forgot about Kodachi before. Nobody knew that would happen. Yet seeing those memories so completely gone, it's giving me cold feet, which he knows would have been seriously injured if Kodachi didn't get involved. Of course, I was the one who actually did most of the work, but it isn't Udashino's fault that she forgot. They're all things I've already heard and understood before, but it still doesn't feel right. That I've already heard and understood before. I mean, if I think about it another way, whenever shepherds guide humans, they probably don't expect anything. They can't expect to feel accomplished. they can expect to feel appreciated. To still do their jobs. It would be far more understandable if, for example, they were rewarded with money or fame when the humans they guide succeed in life. Must have some other non-human motive that drives them to do their duties. I wonder what Kodachi and Savon think about the whole matter. It's just Kodachi and me on the way home. I decide to strike up a conversation. Kodachi, can we talk for a bit?
いいけど、何?
She faces the other way, hands clasped behind her back. I met Urashino today, and I tell her about my conversation with Urashino and what happened when I brought her up.
なんだ、そんな話か。
What do you think about that?
別に何でもいいでしょ。
She continues to look the other way. What do you think about the people you guide for getting What do you think about the people you guide for getting all about you?
手間がかからなくて助かってる。だいたい覚えていられたらもみ消して大変よ。日頃から人目につかないように行動しなくちゃいけないし、こうやって話せないと思う。
I can see it that way from a work perspective, but I mean from a personal perspective. Like chefs are always happy when their customers find the food delicious. Is a job where you don't get a similar sense of reward really worth doing?
ああ、そういうことね。
Kodachi brings her hand to her chin.
私としては人間をいい方向に導いてるって事実が大事ね。覚えてもらってるかどうかは関係ないわ。
She places the importance on using her power to help others. Appreciation and praise don't matter to her. It takes a truly wonderful spirit to engage in such wholehearted charity. Why do you want to help humans so much?
前にも言ったでしょ。せっかく役に立つ能力があるなら活用すべきだって。
But the people you help didn't ask for it.
頼まれちゃいないけど、人を幸せにするのに文句あるの？何？今日は絡む日？
She tosses her hair up with a tinge of anger. No, sorry, I'm just thinking of ways to convince the black sheep. Your mindset is pretty similar to his, right? So if I can find a way to change your mind, then it should work on him too.
で、何か成果はあった？
In a way, maybe.
使えないわね。
She shakes her head in disbelief. It is supposed to be your test to begin with.
ありゃ、気づかれたか。
An exaggerated sigh leaves her lips.
でもさ、黒ヤギの言うことが間違ってるとも思えないし、自分で自分を説得するようなもんじゃない？
When two sides share the same opinion, pitting them against each other is never going to work. What's the point of trying to convince someone who thinks the same way as you? Have you told Savon about what's been going on with the black sheep?
週1くらいで報告してるけど、それが？
Just wanted to ask.
何よそれ。
I mean, Savon should know about the black sheep's mindset. He's probably adopting a wait-and-see approach for this. But Kodachi may well be taking off this job if the stalemate continues. In other words, she'd flunk the test. Unless she can persuade the black sheep somehow.
ともかく、何としても黒ヤギを説得しましょう。羊飼いになれないなんて絶対にありえない。
She practically spits out her declaration. Why do you want to be a shepherd so badly?
もうしつこいんだけど、何でもかんでも聞かないでよ。
She speeds up her pace without answering. Does she not want to talk about it that badly? She lets out a sudden cry. I quickly catch up to see what happened. 3 kittens are playing at the side of the road. Alright, she's bad with animals. Don't worry, they're just kittens. She grips onto my sleeve in fear. It's hard to imagine that she's the same person who seemed so authoritative seconds ago. Oh well, I'll just let her hold on to me and take a short detour around them, I suppose. Sneak a peek at the kittens as we pass them by. They look so innocent. Shizaki would be all over them, snapping dozens of photos in the process. Even the adorable kittens are out.
ダメ。言葉が通じないってだけで怖くて。
It'd be scarier if they did. Sudden sense of deja vu strikes me as my retort leaves my mouth. I've experienced something like this before. Like when she was terrified of Giza at the clubroom. But that's not all. That's not all. It's just like when I was at the institution too. Dormant synapses in my brain start firing again. Look at her face, that hairstyle, that side profile, that expression filled with fear. I've definitely seen them all before. You're that Kodachi from back then.
Eh?
You hated animals back then too. Back when we were both at the Yonaido home. Yonaido home, an institution built to house children in need of care. At the institution I spent many years in. It was you back then, right?
正解。動物嫌いの小立さんですよ。
She looks entirely unaffected. I knew I met her before I came to the academy. But why did I forget? Because I became a shepherd, maybe? We've been bumping into each other so much recently. That must have triggered the memories again.
ありがとう。猫、もう見えなくなったから。
I take a more comfortable distance from her. That was awkward. She clearly doesn't want to talk about the past. I don't even remember it well myself. There are a few parts of her that do stick in my memory. Just the parts about her hating memory. There are a few parts of her that do stick in my memory. Just the part about her hating animals even as a kid, at the time when she suddenly left without warning. I was too busy indulging in my reading addiction to really care at the time. I would answer people with an offensive reply as practically as a reflex. Well, the brain power I had was used to absorb whatever I read. So, did I forget about any interaction with her? Or were there any interactions to begin with?
ずっと前、私を獣から助けてくれたのは覚えてる？
What beasts? Beasts is an awfully loaded word. Was she attacked by a bear, wild boars, or something like that? I tried to dig into my memories, but nothing comes to mind.
ああ、いいよ。大した話じゃないし。
And a sigh escapes her lips. Did you know about this the whole time? She answered with a stare that tells me all I needed to know. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I want to ask, but decide not to. She probably had her own reasons for keeping silent. I really forgot all about it, huh? Sorry about that.
家計は悪くないよ。私が羊飼いになったから忘れたわけだし。それに、もともと親しかったわけでもないし。私が羊飼いになってなくたって。
The sentence trails off into nothingness. Yeah, I shouldn't have forgotten about this. But this proves it. All memories of the shepherd really disappear just like that. It's not exactly like forgetting about them. It felt more akin to not realizing they ever existed. Now that the memories returned, it feels like it never went away. She's been interacting with so many people, and we've all forgotten her in this manner. Even her family and friends ended up the same way, I imagine. This is what it means to become a shepherd. Have I forgotten anything else important? Like, do I owe you anything, maybe?
全然。
Like, imagine how strange it must feel for the family, though. Like, they forget their child. That they forget they ever had a child. All they know is that they've been just happily married all this time, but haven't yet decided to have a child yet. And for some reason, they have a fully furnished room for a girl around, let's say, she became a shepherd at the age of 8. Like, they have a room fully furnished and decked out for a girl of the age of 8. Not even like a room for like a toddler, as if they were preparing to have a child. No, for some reason they just have this room that looks like it belonged to an 8-year-old girl. They have no idea where it came from. Imagine that.
別に親しくなかったって言ったでしょ。
I stare at her grinning face. I want to voice my relief, but I can't do it. Probably did forget something, and she's just keeping quiet.
深刻な顔されても困るんだけど、ぶっちゃけどうでもいいことだし。
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
よろしくね。
We eventually find a compromise and return to the status quo, but I can still feel tension and uneasiness coming from inside her. It's a difficult topic to approach. Not sure what to do. Hopefully it won't have an effect on our relationship. Who knows, it might have a positive effect on your relationship. You know, positive being very subjective there. If I part ways with Kaki and return to my apartment. A sudden wave of fatigue washes over me. I enter the room and let myself fall backward onto the good-as-new flooring. What's going on? I feel so exhausted and I don't know why.
家計は悪くないよ。私が羊飼いになったから忘れたわけだし。それに、もともと親しかったわけでもないし。 私が羊飼いになってなくたって。
Whoops. Have I forgotten anything else important? Like, do I owe you something, maybe?
全然別に親しくなかったって言ったでしょ。
By the way, yes, I already knew from the anime that they know each other. Kake remembered about the past. I'm not sure if I should be happy or sad. I had a little crush on Kake back when we were both at the institution. But we barely spoke to each other. He probably doesn't remember a thing about me. That's all I am to him. That's all I am. That's all. My chest tightens up. That crush I had was in the past. It's possible for it to resurface again. And even if it is possible, I can't allow it. The moment I place special importance on an individual would be the same moment I fail my test to become a shepherd. Everything I've done up to now would be rendered meaningless. No matter what, I must not fall and...
バカらしい。
I chase away the fuzzy feelings inside me and close my eyes. You fucked up. You fucked up. September 17th. I'm in the middle of my third period lesson when I receive an email from Shidazaki. I opened it on my phone. It reads, I'm at the club room, help! She's not the type of person to send an email like this as a joke. I make up an excuse to the teacher and fly out of the classroom. I call Shidazaki while dashing down the corridors. The call eventually goes to the answering machine. Damn it. I reach the station just in time to jump onto a tram! I missed this one. In times of trouble, people tend to think that running is quicker, but taking the tram is logically the faster mode of transportation. It's important to stay calm. While taking the tram would be the faster mode of transportation if it ever left the platform.
緊急停止ボタンが押されましたため、この停留所でしばらく停車します。
Whoops, sorry. Right, so that's how it's going to be played, huh? I finally reached the clubroom door. I sprinted on with all my might in the middle of the day to get here. I'm drenched with sweat from head to toe. Now to open the door and,
武井くん来てくれたんだ。
There's Shizaki sitting on a chair. She's surrounded by 3 other students. She doesn't seem to be outwardly injured. What happened?
私は新聞部のものです。
The other 2 male students chip in that they're from the broadcasting club.
去る筋から塩見祭のことを伺いまして、次の生徒会長選に立候補するという噂を聞きまして。
That's all. I collapse onto a chair. The build-up tension inside me fades away.
もしかして走ってきてくれた？
Who wouldn't with that kind of email you sent? You weren't picking up my calls either.
ごめん。助けに来てくれたら嬉しいなって打とうと思ったら途中で送信しちゃって。
That changes the entire meaning. I want to kick this cat to the curb. I'm too exhausted to exercise self-control, fat ass. Just like... Okay, this is too upright. There we go. Oh, it's a smile that could end world wars in the background now. The fat cat instantly goes silent. So, have you gotten the information you want? Wipe my sweat off while asking.
おかげさまで一段落ついたよ。
That's good.
せっかくですから筧くんのお話も伺えますか？
If I can answer them, sure.
ぜひお願いします。
The student from the newspaper club places her voice recorder onto the table. So the students leave the club room a short while later. They probably read some of the rumors circulating around the internet yesterday. For example, I heard that the library club's planning to nominate a candidate for the upcoming student council elections. There are going to be fireworks between there are going to be fireworks between the student council and the library club at the Shumi Festival. It's going to be one hell of a preview. Whoever wins the Shumi Festival popularity poll will have a strong hold on the student council election. You can bet on that. The library club is standing up against the student council as an act of defiance against the current vice president's dangerous project. They're everywhere on the internet now. Hiroshino's the one who's spreading them, unsurprisingly. The newspaper's club's main goal was to confirm the accuracy of the rumors. We took the chance to not only confirm the rumors, but make our stance against the student councils crystal clear, and promise to work against it.
うまく記事にしてくれるかな?
It should be fun. I think back to the Junifest period. The newspaper club took some liberal interpretation of our quotes to write an article about our supposed dissatisfaction with the student council. Essentially, they love to pit people against each other. This incident probably has them drooling. Once that article gets into the public, it'll no doubt start arguments everywhere. Those arguments will split people firmly into two camps. The camp against the student council will have lots of incentive to vote for us. At that point, victory will be decided less on the actual meat of the argument and more about which side is more popular.
本当に選挙が始まっちゃったんだね。
She speaks with a solemn look.
よかったのかな、これで。
Don't worry, everyone will understand.
ありがとう。でもね、本当は生徒会と協力してやっていきたかったの。みんなで仲良く楽しい学園が作れれば一番だと思ってたのにな。
I'm sure everyone feels the same way. There's no helping it when we have a certain someone who's unwilling to compromise on the other side. You have to know when to fight, otherwise you'll just end up losing by default. Though to be honest, I'm the last one who should talk about this. I spent my entire life following the policy of appeasement at all costs. Let's do our best for Takamine.
そうだね。
She puts on a brave face with a fist pump. She is really strong. But she can put her faith and trust in others. Her belief in her ideals gives her the strength to fight. You'll probably deny it, but that is a talent of sorts. Chime sounds before my admiration for her can get too overwhelming. It's already lunch break.
ねえ、筧くん。
Her hands are clasped in a position between her thighs. She fidgets while searching for the right words.
今日は走ってきてくれて嬉しかったよ。
She averts her gaze. Okay, here I'm supposed to go with how cute, apparently? That's unexpected. But yeah, after the scene, I'm gonna be ending the part. How cute. Well, I wasn't busy, that's all. Why am I getting so flustered? This isn't like me.
昨日テレビでやってたツンデレってやつだね。
They're getting it wrong.
どうかな?
She's on the verge of giggling. Seems even cuter than usual. The heat must be getting to me. Oh hey, that was fast. September 20th. And I hope you guys enjoyed this one. Stop the hammering! Bastards ain't listening to me. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and see you guys next time. Next time being probably the finale of Kodachi-Route. So, look forward to that. Hasta la bye-bye.